Section 10 of Weird Tales, Volume 2, by E.T.A. Hoffmann, translated by John Thomas Beilby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Mademoiselle de Scudéry, Part 4. One day Cardillac came home in uncommonly good spirits. He caressed Madelon, greeted me with the most friendly goodwill, and at dinner drank a bottle of better wine, of a brand that he only produced on high holidays and festivals, and he also sang and gave vent to his feelings in exuberant manifestations of joy. When Madelon had left us, I rose to return to the workshop. "Sit still, lad," said Cardillac. "We'll not work any more to-day. Let us drink another glass together to the health of the most estimable and most excellent lady in Paris." After I had joined glasses with him, and had drained mine to the bottom, he went on, "Tell me, Olivier, how do you like these verses? Un amant qui craint les voleurs n'est point digne d'amour." Then he went on to relate the episode between you and the king in de Maintenon's salons, adding that he had always honoured you as he never had any other human creature, and that you were gifted with such lofty virtue as to make his ill-omened star of destiny grow pale, and that if you were to wear the handsomest ornament he ever made, it would never provoke in him either an evil spectre or murderous thoughts. "Listen now, Olivier," he said, "what I have made up my mind to do. A long time ago I received an order for a necklace and a pair of bracelets for Henrietta of England, and the stones were given me for the purpose. The work turned out better than the best I had ever previously done, but my heart was torn at the thought of parting from the ornaments, for they had become my pet jewels. You are aware of the princess's unhappy death by sinister means. The ornaments I retained, and will now send them to Mademoiselle de Scudéry, in the name of the persecuted band of robbers, as a token of my respect and gratitude. Not only will Mademoiselle receive an eloquent token of her triumph, but I shall also laugh Desgrais and his associates to scorn, as they deserve to be laughed at. You shall take her the ornaments. As Cardillac mentioned your name, Mademoiselle, I seemed to see a dark veil thrown aside, revealing the fair, bright picture of my early happy childhood days in gay and cheerful colours. A wondrous source of comfort entered my soul, a ray of hope, before which all my dark spirits faded away. Possibly Cardillac noted the effect which his words had on me, and interpreted it in his own way. "You appear to find pleasure in my plan," he said, "and I may as well state to you that I have been commanded to do this by an inward monitor deep down in my heart, very different from that which demands its holocaust of blood like some ravenous beast of prey. I often experience very remarkable feelings. I am powerfully affected by an inward apprehension, by fear of something terrible, the horrors of which breathe upon me in the air from a far distant world of the supernatural. I then feel even as if the crimes I commit as the blind instrument of my ill-starred destiny may be charged upon my immortal soul, which has no share in them. During one such mood I vowed to make a diamond crown for the Holy Virgin in St. Eustace's church, but so often as I thought seriously about setting to work upon it, I was overwhelmed by this unaccountable apprehension, so that I gave up the project altogether. Now I feel as if I must humbly offer an acknowledgment at the altar of virtue and piety, by sending to de Scudéry the handsomest ornaments I have ever worked." Cardillac, who was intimately acquainted with your habits and ways of life, mademoiselle, gave me instructions respecting the manner and the hour, the how and the when, in which I was to deliver the ornaments, which he locked in an elegant case, into your hands. I was completely thrilled with delight, for heaven itself now pointed out to me, through the miscreant Cardillac, a way by which I might rescue myself from the hellish thraldom in which I, a sinner and outcast, was slowly perishing. These at least were my thoughts. In express opposition to Cardillac's will, I resolved to force myself into an interview with you. I intended to reveal myself as Anne Brusson's son, as your own adoptive child, and to throw myself at your feet and confess all. I knew that you would have been so touched by the overwhelming misery which would have threatened poor innocent Madelon by any disclosure that you would have respected the secret, whilst your keen sagacious mind would, I felt assured, have devised some means by which Cardiac's infamous wickedness might have been prevented without any exposure. Pray do not ask me what shape these means would have taken. I do not know. But that you would save Madelon and me, of that I was most firmly convinced, as firmly as I believe in the comfort and help of the Holy Virgin. You know how my intention was frustrated that night, mademoiselle. I still cherished the hope of being more successful another time. Soon after this, Cardiac seemed suddenly to lose all his good humour. He went about with a cloudy brow, fixed his eyes on vacancy in front of him, murmured unintelligible words, and gesticulated with his hands as if warding off something hostile from him. His mind appeared to be tormented by evil thoughts. Thus he behaved during the course of one whole morning. Finally he sat down to his work-table, but he soon leapt up again peevishly and looked out of the window, saying moodily and earnestly, "I wish after all that Henrietta of England had worn my ornaments." These words struck terror to my heart. Now I knew that his warped mind was again enslaved by the abominable spectre of murder, and that the voice of the fiend was again ringing audibly in his ears. "I saw your life was threatened by the villainous demon of murder. If Cardiac only had his ornaments in his hands again, you were saved." Every moment the danger increased. Then I met you on the Pont Neuf, and forced my way to your carriage, and threw you that note, beseeching you to restore the ornaments which you had received to Cardiac's hands at once. You did not come. My distress deepened to despair, when on the following day Cardiac talked about nothing else but the magnificent ornaments which he had seen before his eyes during the night. I could only interpret that as having reference to your jewellery, and I was certain that he was brooding over some fresh murderous onslaught which he had assuredly determined to put into execution during the coming night. I must save you, even if it cost Cardiac's own life. So soon as he had locked himself in his own room after evening prayers, according to his wont, I climbed out of a window into the courtyard, slipped through the opening in the wall, and took up my station at no great distance, hidden in the deep shade. I had not long to wait before Cardiac appeared and stole softly up the street, me following him. He bent his steps towards the Rue Saint-Honoré. My heart trembled with apprehension. All of a sudden I lost sight of him. I made up my mind to take post at your house door. Then there came an officer past me, without perceiving me, singing and gaily humming a tune to himself, as on the occasion when chance first made me a witness of Cardiac's bloody deeds. But that selfsame moment a dark figure leapt forward and fell upon the officer. It was Cardiac. This murder I would at any rate prevent. With a loud shout I reached the spot in 2 or 3 bounds, when, not the officer, but Cardiac fell on the floor, groaning. The officer let his dagger fall, and drawing his sword, put himself in a posture for fighting, imagining that I was the murderer's accomplice. But when he saw that I was only concerned about the slain man, and did not trouble myself about him, he hurried away. Cardiac was still alive. After picking up and taking charge of the dagger which the officer had let fall, I loaded my master upon my shoulders, and painfully hugged him home, carrying him up to the workshop by way of the concealed stairs. The rest you know. You see, honoured lady, that my only crime consists in the fact that I did not betray Madelon's father to the officers of the law, and so put an end to his enormities. My hands are clean of any deed of blood. No torture shall extort from me a confession of Cardiac's crimes. I will not, in defiance of the eternal power which veiled the father's hideous blood-guiltiness from the eyes of the virtuous daughter, be instrumental in unfolding all the misery of the past, which would now have a far more disastrous effect upon her. Nor do I wish to aid worldly vengeance in rooting up the dead man from the earth which covers him. nor that the executioner should now brand the mouldering bones with dishonour. No, the beloved of my soul will weep for me as one who has fallen innocent, and time will soften her sorrow. But how irretrievable a shock would it be if she learnt of the fearful and diabolical deeds of her dearly loved father. Olivier paused, but now a torrent of tears suddenly burst from his eyes, and he threw himself at de Scudéry's feet imploringly. "Oh, now you are convinced of my innocence? Oh, surely you must be. Have pity upon me. Tell me how my Madelon bears it." Mademoiselle summoned La Martinière, and in a few moments more Madelon's arms were around Olivier's neck. "Now all is well again since you are here. I knew it. I knew this most noble-minded lady would save you," cried Madelon again and again, and Olivier forgot his situation and all that was impending over him. He was free and happy. It was most touching to hear the two mutually pour out all their troubles and relate all that they had suffered for one another's sake. Then they embraced one another anew, and wept with joy to see each other again. If de Scudéry had not been already convinced of Olivier's innocence, she would assuredly have been satisfied of it now, as she sat watching the two, who forgot the world and their misery and their excessive sufferings in the happiness of their deep and genuine mutual affection. "No," she said to herself, "it is only a pure heart which is capable of such happy oblivion." The bright beams of morning broke in through the window. Desgrais knocked softly at the room door, and reminded those within that it was time to take Olivier Brousson away, since this could not be done later without exciting a commotion. The lovers were obliged to separate. The dim, shapeless feelings which had taken possession of de Scudéry's mind on Olivier's first entry into the room had now acquired form and content, and in a fearful way. She saw the son of her dear Anne innocently entangled in such a way that there hardly seemed any conceivable means of saving him from a shameful death. She honoured the young man's heroic purpose in choosing to die under an unjust burden of guilt, rather than divulge a secret that would certainly kill his Madelon. In the whole region of possibility she could not find any means whatever to snatch the poor fellow out of the hands of the cruel tribunal. And yet she had a most clear conception that she ought not to hesitate at any sacrifice to avert this monstrous perversion of justice which was on the point of being committed. She racked her brain with 100 different schemes and plans, some of which bordered upon the extravagant, but all these she rejected almost as soon as they suggested themselves. Meanwhile the rays of hope grew fainter and fainter, till at last she was on the verge of despair. But Madelon's unquestioning childlike confidence, the rapturous enthusiasm with which she spoke of her lover, who now, absolved of all guilt, would soon clasp her in his arms as his bride, infused de Scudéry with new hope and courage, exactly in proportion as she was the more touched by the girl's words. At length, for the sake of doing something, de Scudéry wrote a long letter to La Reynie, in which she informed him that Olivier Brousson had proved to her in the most convincing manner his perfect innocence of Cardiac's death, and that it was only his heroic resolve to carry with him into the grave a secret, the revelation of which would entail disaster upon virtue and innocence, that prevented him from making a revelation to the court which would undoubtedly free him, not only from the fearful suspicion of having murdered Cardiac, but also of having belonged to a band of vile assassins. De Scudéry did all that burning zeal, that ripe and spirited eloquence could effect, to soften La Reynie's hard heart. In the course of a few hours La Reynie replied that he was heartily glad to learn that Olivier Brousson had justified himself so completely in the eyes of his noble and honoured protectress. As for Olivier's heroic resolve to carry with him into the grave a secret that had an important bearing upon the crime under investigation, He was sorry to say that the Chambre Ardente could not respect such heroic courage, but would rather be compelled to adopt the strongest means to break it. At the end of 3 days he hoped to be in possession of this extraordinary secret, which, it might be presumed, would bring wonders to light. De Scudéry knew only too well what those means were by which the savage Larigny intended to break Bruson's heroic constancy. She was now sure that the unfortunate was threatened with the rack. In her desperate anxiety, it at length occurred to her that the advice of a doctor of the law would be useful, if only to effectuate a postponement of the torture. The most renowned advocate in Paris at the time was Pierre Armand d'Andilly, and his sound knowledge and liberal mind were only to be compared to his virtue and his sterling honesty. To him, therefore, de Scudéry had recourse, and she told him all, so far as she could, without violating Bruson's secret. She expected that d'Andilly would take up the cause of the innocent man with zeal, but she found her hopes most bitterly deceived. The lawyer listened calmly to all she had to say, and then replied in Boileau's words, smiling as he did so, "Le vrai peut quelquefois n'être pas vraisemblable." Sometimes the truth wears an improbable garb. He showed de Scudéry that there were most noteworthy grounds for suspicion against Bruson, that Larigny's proceedings could neither be called cruel nor yet hurried. Rather, they were perfectly within the law, nay, that he could not act otherwise without detriment to his duties as judge. He himself did not see his way to saving Bruson from torture, even by the cleverest defence. Nobody but Bruson himself could avert it, either by a candid confession, or at least by a most detailed account of all the circumstances attending Cardiac's murder, and this might then perhaps furnish grounds for instituting fresh inquiries. "Then I will throw myself at the king's feet and pray for mercy," said de Scudéry, distracted, her voice half choked by tears. "For heaven's sake, don't do it, mademoiselle, don't do it. I would advise you to reserve this last resource. For if it once fail, it is lost to you forever. The king will never pardon a criminal of this class. He would draw down upon himself the bitterest reproaches of the people, who would believe their lives were always in danger. Possibly Bruson, either by disclosing his secret or by some other means, may find a way to allay the suspicions which are working against him. Then will be the time to appeal to the king for mercy, for he will not inquire what has been proved before the court, but be guided by his own inner conviction." De Scudéry had no help for it but to admit that d'Andilly, with his great experience, was in the right. Late one evening she was sitting in her own room, in very great trouble, appealing to the Virgin and the holy saints, and thinking whatever she should do to save the unhappy Bruson, when La Martinière came in to announce that Count de Miusson, colonel of the King's Guards, was urgently desiring to speak to mademoiselle. "Pardon me, mademoiselle," said Miusson, bowing with military grace. "Pardon me for intruding upon you so late, at such an inconvenient hour. We soldiers cannot do as we like, and then a couple of words will suffice to excuse me. It is on Olivier Bruson's account that I have come." De Scudéry's attention was at once on the stretch as to what was to follow, and she said, "Olivier Bruson, that most unhappy of mortals, what have you to do with him?" "Yes, I did indeed think," continued Miusson, smiling, "that your protégé's name would be sufficient to procure me a favourable hearing. All the public are convinced of Bruson's guilt, but you, I know, cling to another opinion, which is based, to be sure, upon the protestations of the accused, as it is said. With me, however, it is otherwise. Nobody can be more firmly convinced that Bruson is innocent of Cardiac's death than I am." "Oh, go on and tell me, go on, pray!" exclaimed de Scudéry, whilst her eyes sparkled with delight. Miusson continued, speaking with emphasis, "It was I, who stabbed the old goldsmith not far from your house, here in the Rue Saint-Honoré." "By the saints! You? exclaimed Mademoiselle. "And I swear to you, mademoiselle," went on Mieuxon, "that I am proud of the deed, for let me tell you that Cardillac was the most abandoned and hypocritical of villains, that it was he who committed those dreadful murders and robberies by night, and so long escaped all traps laid for him. Somehow, I can't say how, a strong feeling of suspicion was aroused in my mind against the old reprobate, when he brought me an ornament I had ordered, and was so visibly disturbed on giving it to me. And then he inquired particularly for whom I wanted the ornament, and also questioned my valet in the most artful way as to when I was in the habit of visiting a certain lady. I had long before noticed that all the unfortunates who fell victims to this abominable epidemic of murder and robbery bore one and the same wound. I felt sure that the assassin had by practice grown perfect in inflicting it, and that it must prove instantaneously fatal, and upon this he relied implicitly. If it failed, then it would come to a fight on equal terms. This led me to adopt a measure of precaution which is so simple that I cannot comprehend why it did not occur to others, who might then have safeguarded themselves against any murderous assault that threatened them. I wore a light shirt of mail under my tunic. Cardillac attacked me from behind. He laid hold upon me with the strength of a giant, but the surely aimed blow glanced aside from the iron. That same moment I wrested myself free from his grasp, and drove my dagger, which I held in readiness, into his heart. "And you maintained silence?" asked de Scudéry. "You did not notify to the tribunals what you had done?" "Permit me to remark," went on Mieuxon, "permit me to remark, mademoiselle, that such an announcement, if it had not at once entailed disastrous results upon me, would at any rate have involved me in a most detestable trial. Would L'Araignée, who ferrets out crime everywhere, would he have believed my unsupported word if I had accused honest Cardillac, the pattern of piety and virtue, of an attempted murder? What if the sword of justice had turned its point against me?" "That would not have been possible," said de Scudéry. "Your birth, your rank—" "Oh, remember Marshal de Luxembourg, whose whim for having his horoscope cast by Lesage brought him under the suspicion of being a poisoner, and eventually into the Bastille. No, by Saint-Denis, I would not risk my freedom for an hour, not even the lappet of my ear, in the power of that madman L'Araignée, who only too well would like to have his knife at the throats of all of us." "But do you know you are bringing innocent Brusson to the scaffold?" "Innocent?" rejoined Mieuxon. "Innocent? Are you speaking of the villain Cardillac's accomplice, mademoiselle? He who helped him in his evil deeds? Who deserves to die 100 deaths? No, indeed. He would meet a just end on the scaffold. I have only disclosed to you, honoured lady, the details of the occurrence on the presupposition that, without delivering me into the hands of the Chambre Ardente, you will yet find a way to turn my secret to account on behalf of your protégé." De Scudéry was so enraptured at finding her conviction of Brusson's innocence confirmed in such a decisive manner that she did not scruple to tell the Count all, since he already knew of Cardillac's iniquity, and to exhort him to accompany her to see d'Andilly. To him all should be revealed under the seal of secrecy, and he should advise them what was to be done. After de Scudéry had related all to d'Andilly, down to the minutest particulars, he inquired once more about several of the most insignificant features. In particular, he asked Count Mieuxon whether he was perfectly satisfied that it was Cardillac who had attacked him, and whether he would be able to identify Olivier Brusson as the man who had carried away the corpse. De Mieuxon made answer, "Not only did I very well recognize Cardillac by the bright light of the moon, but I have also seen in L'Araignèe's hands the dagger with which Cardillac was stabbed. It is mine, distinguished by the elegant workmanship of the hilt. As I only stood 1 yard from the young man, and his hat had fallen off, I distinctly saw his features, and should certainly recognize him again. After gazing thoughtfully before him for some minutes in silence, d'Andilly said, "Broussons cannot possibly be saved from the hands of justice in any ordinary and regular way. Out of consideration for Madelon, he refuses to accuse Cardillac of being the thievish assassin, and he must continue to do so, for even if he succeeded in proving his statements by pointing out the secret exit and the accumulated store of stolen jewelry, he would still be liable to death as a partner in Cardillac's guilt. And the bearings of things would not be altered if Count Nielson were to state to the judges the real details of the meeting with Cardillac. The only thing we can aim at securing is a postponement of the torture. Let Count Nielson go to the Conciergerie, have Olivier Broussons brought forward, and recognize in him the man who carried away Cardillac's dead body. Then let him hurry off to Larigny and say, 'I saw a man stabbed in the Rue Saint-Honoré, and as I stood close beside the corpse, another man sprang forward and stooped down over the dead body. But on finding signs of life in him, he lifted him on his shoulders and carried him away. This man I recognize in Olivier Broussons.' This evidence would lead to another hearing of Broussons and to his confrontation with Miaucin. At all events, the torture would be delayed and further inquiries would be instituted. Then will come the proper time to appeal to the king. It may be left to your sagacity, mademoiselle, to do this in the adroitest manner. As far as my opinion goes, I think it would be best to disclose to him the whole mystery. Brousson's confessions are borne out by this statement of Count Nielson, and they may perhaps be still further substantiated by secret investigations at Cardillac's own house. All this could not afford grounds for a verdict of acquittal by the court, but it might appeal to the king's feelings that it is his prerogative to speak mercy, where the judge can only condemn, and so elicit a favourable decision from his majesty." Count Nielson followed implicitly d'Andilly's advice, and the result was what the latter had foreseen. But now the thing was to get at the king, and this was the most difficult part of all to accomplish, since he believed that Broussons alone was the formidable assassin who for so long a time had held all Paris enthralled by fear and anxiety, and accordingly he had conceived such an abhorrence of him that he burst into a violent fit of passion at the slightest allusion to the notorious trial. De Maintenon, faithful to her principle of never speaking to the king on any subject that was disagreeable, refused to take any steps in the affair, and so Brousson's fate rested entirely in de Scudéry's hands. After long deliberation, she formed a resolution which she carried into execution as promptly as she had conceived it. Putting on a robe of heavy black, silk, and hanging Cardillac's valuable necklace round her neck, and clasping the bracelets on her arms, and throwing a black veil over her head, she presented herself into Maintenon's salons at a time when she knew the king would be present there. This stately robe invested the venerable lady's noble figure with such majesty as could not fail to inspire respect, even in the mob of idle loungers who were wont to collect in anterooms, laughing and jesting in frivolous and irreverent fashion. They all shyly made way for her, and when she entered the salon, the king himself, in his astonishment, rose and came to meet her. As his eyes fell upon the glitter of the costly diamonds in the necklace and bracelets, he cried, "'Pon my soul, that's Cardillac's jewellery!" Then, turning to de Maintenon, he added, with an arch smile, "See, Marchioness, how our fair bride mourns for her bridegroom." "Oh, your Majesty," broke in de Scudéry, taking up the jest and carrying it on, "would it indeed beseem a deeply sorrowful bride to adorn herself in this splendid fashion? No, I have quite broken off with that goldsmith, and should never think about him more, were it not that the horrid recollection of him being carried past me after he had been murdered so often recurs to my mind." "What do you say?" asked the king. "What, you saw the poor devil?" De Scudéry now related in a few words how she chanced to be near Cardiac's house just as the murder was discovered. As yet she did not allude to Bruson's being mixed up in the matter. She sketched Madelon's excessive grief, told what a deep impression the angelic child made upon her, and described in what way she had rescued the poor girl out of Desgrais' hands, amid the approving shouts of the people. Then came the scenes with Larigny, with Desgrais, with Bruson, the interest deepening and intensifying from moment to moment. The king was so carried away by the extraordinary graphic power and burning eloquence of Mademoiselle's narration that he did not perceive she was talking about the hateful trial of the abominable wretch Bruson. He was quite unable to utter a word. All he could do was to let off the excess of his emotion by an exclamation from time to time. Ere he knew where he was so utterly confused by this unprecedented tale which he had heard that he was unable to order his thoughts. De Scudéry was prostrate at his feet, imploring pardon for Olivier Bruson. "What are you doing?" burst out the king, taking her by both hands and forcing her into a chair. "What do you mean, mademoiselle? This is a strange way to surprise me. Oh, it's a terrible story. Who will guarantee me that Bruson's marvellous tale is true?" Whereupon de Scudéry replied, "Sans evidence? An examination of Cardiac's house? My heartfelt conviction, and Madelon's virtuous heart, which recognized the like virtue in unhappy Bruson's." Just as the king was on the point of making some reply, he was interrupted by a noise at the door, and turned round. Louvois, who during this time was working in the adjoining apartment, looked in with an expression of anxiety stamped upon his features. The king rose and left the room, following Louvois. The two ladies, both de Scudéry and Maintenon, regarded this interruption as dangerous, for, having been once surprised, the king would be on his guard against falling a second time into the trap set for him. Nevertheless, after a lapse of some minutes, the king came back again. After traversing the room once or twice at a quick pace, he planted himself immediately in front of de Scudéry, and, throwing his arms behind his back, said in almost an undertone, yet without looking at her, "I should very much like to see your Madelon." Mademoiselle replied, "Oh, my precious liege, what a great, great happiness your condescension will confer upon the poor unhappy child. Oh, the little girl only waits for a sign from you to approach, to throw herself at your feet." Then she tripped towards the door as quickly as she was able in her heavy clothing, and called out on the outside of it that the king would admit Madelon Cardiac, and she came back into the room, weeping and sobbing with overpowering delight and gladness. De Scudéry had foreseen that some such favour as this might be granted, and so had brought Madelon along with her, and she was waiting with the Marchioness's lady-in-waiting, with a short petition in her hands that had been drawn up by D'Antilly. After a few minutes she lay prostrate at the king's feet, unable to speak a word. The throbbing blood was driven quicker and faster through the poor girl's veins, owing to anxiety, nervous confusion, shy reverence, love, and anguish. Her cheeks were dyed with a deep purple blush. Her eyes shone with bright pearly tears, which from time to time fell through her silken eyelashes upon her beautiful lily-white bosom. The king appeared to be struck with the surprising beauty of the angelic creature. He softly raised her up, making a motion as if about to kiss the hand which he had grasped. But he let it go again, and regarded the lovely girl with tears in his eyes, thus betraying how great was the emotion stirring within him. De Maintenon softly whispered to Mademoiselle, "Isn't she exactly like La Vallière?" Note: Françoise Louise, Duchess de La Vallière, a former mistress of Louis XIV. On being supplanted in the monarch's favour by Madame de Montespan, she entered the order of Carmelite nuns. Return to text. "The little thing. There's hardly a pin's difference between them. The king luxuriates in the most pleasing memories. Your cause is won." Notwithstanding the low tone in which de Maintenon spoke, the king appeared to have heard what she said. A fleeting blush passed across his face. His eye wandered past de Maintenon. He read the petition which Madelon had presented to him, and then said mildly and kindly, "I am quite ready to believe, my dear child, that you are convinced of your lover's innocence. But let us hear what the Chambre Ardente has got to say to it." With a gentle wave of the hand he dismissed the young girl, who was weeping as if her heart would break. To her dismay, de Scudéry observed that the recollection of La Vallière, however beneficial it had appeared to be at first, had occasioned the king to alter his mind as soon as de Maintenon mentioned her name. Perhaps the king felt he was being reminded in a too indelicate way of how he was about to sacrifice strict justice to beauty. Or perhaps he was like the dreamer, when, on somebody's shouting to him, the lovely dream images which he was about to clasp quickly vanish away. Perhaps he no longer saw his Vallière before his eyes, but only thought of Sœur Louise de la Miséricorde, Louise, the Sister of Mercy, the name Vallière had assumed on joining the Carmelite nuns, who worried him with her pious airs and repentance. What else could they now do but calmly wait for the king's decision? Meanwhile, Count Mausson's deposition before the Chambre Ardente had become publicly known, and as it frequently happens that the people rush so readily from one extreme to another, so on this occasion he whom they had at first cursed as a most abominable murderer and had threatened to tear to pieces, they now pitied, even before he ascended the scaffold, as the innocent victim of barbarous justice. Now his neighbours first began to call to mind his exemplary walk of life, his great love for Madelon, and the faithfulness and touching submissive affection which he had cherished for the old goldsmith. Considerable bodies of the populace began to appear in a threatening manner before Larigny's palace, and to cry out, "Give us Olivier Brusson! He is innocent!" And they even stoned the windows, so that Larigny was obliged to seek shelter from the enraged mob with the maréchaussée. Several days passed, and Mademoiselle heard not the least intelligence about Olivier Brusson's trial. She was quite inconsolable, and went off to Madame de Maintenon. But she assured her that the king maintained a strict silence about the matter, and it would not be advisable to remind him of it. Then, when she went on to ask with a smile of singular import how little Vallière was doing, de Scudéry was convinced that deep down in the heart of the proud lady there lurked some feeling of vexation at this business, which might entice the susceptible king into a region whose charms she could not understand. Mademoiselle need therefore hope for nothing from de Maintenon. At last, however, with Dandilly's help, de Scudéry succeeded in finding out that the king had had a long and private interview with Count Mausson. Further, she learned that Bontemps, the king's most confidential valet and general agent, had been to the Conciergerie and had an interview with Brusson. Also that the same Bontemps had one night gone with several men to Cardiac's house, and there spent a considerable time. Claude Patru, the man who inhabited the lower story, maintained that they were knocking about overhead all night long, and he was sure that Olivier had been with them, for he distinctly heard his voice. This much was therefore at any rate certain, that the king himself was having the true history of the circumstances inquired into. But the long delay before he gave his decision was inexplicable. Larigny would no doubt do all he possibly could to keep his grip upon the victim, who was to be taken out of his clutches, and this annihilated every hope as soon as it began to bud. A month had nearly passed when de Maintenon sent word to Mademoiselle that the king wished to see her that evening in her salons. De Scudéry's heart beat high. She knew that Brusson's case would now be decided. She told poor Madelon so, who prayed fervently to the Virgin and the saints that they would awaken in the king's mind a conviction of Brusson's innocence. Yet it appeared as though the king had completely forgotten the matter, for in his usual way he dallied in graceful conversation with the two ladies, and never once made any allusion to poor Broussons. At last Bontemps appeared, and approaching the king whispered certain words in his ear, but in so low a tone that neither de Maintenon nor de Scudéry could make anything out of them. Mademoiselle's heart quaked. Then the king rose to his feet and approached her, saying with brimming eyes, "I congratulate you, mademoiselle. Your protégé Olivier Broussons is free." The tears gushed from the old lady's eyes. Unable to speak a word, she was about to throw herself at the king's feet, but he prevented her, saying, "Go, go, mademoiselle, you ought to be my advocate in Parliament and plead my causes, for by Saint-Denis there's nobody on earth could withstand your eloquence. And yet," he continued, "and yet, when virtue herself has taken a man under her own protection, is he not safe from all base accusations, from the Chambre Ardente and all other tribunals in the world?" De Scudéry now found words, and poured them out in a stream of glowing thanks. The king interrupted her by informing her that she herself would find awaiting her in her own house still warmer thanks than he had a right to claim from her, for probably at that moment the happy Olivier was clasping his Madelon in his arms. "Bontemps shall pay you 1,000 louis d'or," concluded the king. "Give them in my name to the little girl, as a dowry. Let her marry her Broussons, who doesn't deserve such good fortune, and let them both be gone out of Paris, for such is my will." La Martinière came running forward to meet her mistress, and Baptiste behind her. The faces of both were radiant with joy. Both cried delighted, "He is here! He is free! Oh, the dear young people!" The happy couple threw themselves at Mademoiselle's feet. "Oh, I knew it, I knew it!" cried Madelon. "I knew that nobody but you would save my darling Olivier. And, oh, my mother," cried Olivier, "my belief in you never wavered." They both kissed the honoured lady's hands, and shed innumerable tears. Then they embraced each other again and again, affirming that the exquisite happiness of that moment outweighed all the unutterable sufferings of the days that were past, and they vowed never to part from each other till death himself came to part them. A few days later they were united by the blessing of the priest. Even though it had not been the king's wish, Broussons would not have stayed in Paris, where everything would have reminded him of the fearful time of Cardiac's crimes, and where, moreover, some accident might reveal in pernicious wise his dark secret, now become known to several persons, and so his peace of mind might be ruined for ever. Almost immediately after the wedding he set out with his young wife for Geneva, Mademoiselle's blessings accompanying them on the way. Richly provided with means through Madelon's dowry, and endowed with uncommon skill at his trade, as well as with every virtue of a good citizen, he led there a happy life, free from care. He realized the hopes which had deceived his father, and had brought him at last to his grave. A year after Brousson's departure there appeared a public proclamation, signed by Ardois de Chauvelin, Archbishop of Paris, and by the parliamentary advocate Pierre Arnaud d'Antilly, which ran to the effect that a penitent sinner had, under the seal of confession, handed over to the church a large and valuable store of jewels and gold ornaments which he had stolen. Everybody who, up to the end of the year 1680, had lost ornaments by theft, particularly by a murderous attack in the public street, was to apply to d'Antilly, and then, if his description of the ornament which had been stolen from him tallied exactly with any of the pieces awaiting identification, and if further there existed no doubt as to the legitimacy of his claim, he should receive his property again. Many of those whose names stood on Cardiac's list as having been not murdered but merely stunned by a blow gradually came one after the other to the parliamentary advocate, and received, to their no little amazement, their stolen property back again. The rest fell to the coffers of the church of St. Eustace. End of Mademoiselle de Scudéry, Part 4. End of Section 10 of Weird Tales, Volume 2. Recording by Thomas Copeland. Section 11 of Weird Tales, Volume 2, by E.T.A. Hoffmann, translated by John Thomas Bealby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Gambler's Luck, Part 1. Piermont had a larger concourse of visitors than ever in the summer of 18 blank. The number of rich and illustrious strangers increased from day to day, greatly exciting the zeal of speculators of all kinds. Hence it was also that the owners of the Faro Bank took care to pile up their glittering gold in bigger heaps, in order that this, the bait of the noblest game, which they, like good skilled hunters, knew how to decoy, might preserve its efficacy. Who does not know how fascinating an excitement gambling is, particularly at watering places during the season, where every visitor, having laid aside his ordinary habits and course of life, deliberately gives himself up to leisure and ease and exhilarating enjoyment? Then gambling becomes an irresistible attraction. People who at other times never touch a card are to be seen amongst the most eager players, and besides, it is the fashion, especially in higher circles, for everyone to visit the bank in the evening and lose a little money at play. The only person who appeared not to heed this irresistible attraction and this injunction of fashion was a young German baron, whom we will call Siegfried. When everybody else hurried off to the playhouse, and he was deprived of all means and all prospect of the intellectual conversation he loved, he preferred either to give reins to the flights of his fancy in solitary walks, or to stay in his own room and take up a book, or even indulge in poetic attempts in writing himself. As Siegfried was young, independent, rich, of noble appearance and pleasing disposition, it could not fail but that he was highly esteemed and loved, and that he had the most decisive good fortune with the fair sex. And in everything that he took up or turned his attention to, there seemed to be a singularly lucky star presiding over his actions. Rumour spoke of many extraordinary love intrigues which had been forced upon him, and out of which, however ruinous they would in all likelihood have been for many other young men, he escaped with incredible ease and success. But whenever the conversation turned upon him and his good fortune, the old gentlemen of his acquaintance were especially fond of relating a story about a watch which had happened in the days of his early youth. For it chanced once that Siegfried, while still under his guardian's care, had quite unexpectedly found himself so straitened for money on a journey that he was absolutely obliged to sell his gold watch, which was set with brilliants, merely in order to get on his way. He had made up his mind that he would have to throw away his valuable watch for an old song, but as there happened to be in the hotel where he had put up at a young prince who was just in want of such an ornament, the baron actually received for it more than it was really worth. More than a year passed, and Siegfried had become his own master, when he read in the newspapers of another place that a watch was to be made the subject of a lottery. He took a ticket, which cost a mere trifle, and won the same gold watch, set with brilliants, which he had sold. Not long afterwards he exchanged this watch for a valuable ring. He held office for a short time under the Prince of G , and when he retired from his post, the prince presented to him, as a mark of his good will, the very identical gold watch set with brilliants as before, together with a costly chain. From this story they passed to Siegfried's obstinacy in never on any account touching a card. Why, with his strongly pronounced good luck, he had all the more inducement to play, and they were unanimous in coming to the conclusion that the baron, notwithstanding all his other conspicuous good qualities, was a miserly fellow, far too careful and far too stingy to expose himself to the smallest possible loss. That the baron's conduct was in every particular the direct contrary of that of an avaricious man had no weight with them, and as is so often the case, when the majority have set their hearts upon tagging a questioning "but" on to the good name of a talented man, and are determined to find this but at any cost, even though it should be in their own imagination, so in the present case the sneering allusion to Siegfried's aversion to play afforded them infinite satisfaction. Siegfried was not long in learning what was being said about him, and since, generous and liberal as he was, there was nothing he hated and detested more than miserliness, he made up his mind to put his traducers to shame by ransoming himself from this foul aspersion at the cost of a couple of 100 louis d'or, or even more if need be, however much disgusted he might feel at gambling. He presented himself at the faro bank with the deliberate intention of losing the large sum which he had put in his pocket. But in play also the good luck which stood by him in everything he undertook did not prove unfaithful. Every card he chose won. The cabalistic calculations of seasoned old players were shivered to atoms against the Baron's play. No matter whether he changed his cards or continued to stake on the same one, it was all the same. He was always a winner. Note: in faro, the keeper of the bank plays against all the rest of the players, who are called punters. He has a full pack. They have but a single complete suit. The punters may stake what they please upon any card they please, except insofar as rules may have been made to the contrary by the banker. After the cards have been cut, the banker proceeds to take off the 2 top cards one after the other, placing the first at his right hand and the second at his left, each with the face uppermost. Any punter who has staked a card which bears exactly the same number of pips as the card turned up on the banker's right hand loses the stake to the latter. But if it bears the same number of pips as the card on the banker's left, it is the banker who has to pay the punter a sum equal to the value of his stake. The 26 drawings which a full pack allows the banker to make are called a tie. This general sketch will help to make the text intelligible for the most part, without going into minor technicalities of the game. Return to text. In the Baron, they had the singular spectacle of a punter at variance with himself because the cards fell favourable for him. And notwithstanding that the explanation of his behaviour was pretty patent, yet people looked at each other significantly, and gave utterance in no ambiguous terms to the opinion that the Baron, carried along by his penchant for the marvellous, might eventually become insane. For any player who could be dismayed at his run of luck must surely be insane. The very fact of having won a considerable sum of money made it obligatory upon the Baron to go on playing until he should have carried out his original purpose, for, in all probability, his large win would be followed by a still larger loss. But people's expectations were not in the remotest degree realized, for the Baron's striking good luck continued to attend him. Without his being conscious of it, there began to be awakened in his mind a strong liking for faro, which, with all its simplicity, is the most ominous of games, and this liking continued to increase more and more. He was no longer dissatisfied with his good luck. Gambling fettered his attention, and held him fast to the table for nights and nights, so that he was perforce compelled to give credence to the peculiar attraction of the game, of which his friends had formerly spoken, and which he would by no means allow to be correct. For he was attracted to faro not by the thirst for gain, but simply and solely by the game itself. One night, just as the banker had finished a taille, the Baron happened to raise his eyes and observed that an elderly man had taken post directly opposite to him, and had got his eyes fixed upon him in a set, sad, earnest gaze. And as long as play lasted, every time the Baron looked up, his eyes met the stranger's dark, sad stare, until at last he could not help being struck with a very uncomfortable and oppressive feeling. And the stranger only left the apartment when play came to an end for the night. The following night he again stood opposite the Baron, staring at him with unaverted gaze, whilst his eyes had a dark, mysterious, spectral look. The Baron still kept his temper, but when on the third night the stranger appeared again, and fixed his eyes, burning with a consuming fire, upon the Baron, the latter burst out, Sir, I must beg you to choose some other place. You exercise a constraining influence upon my play." With a painful smile, the stranger bowed and left the table, and the hall too, without uttering a word. But on the next night the stranger again stood opposite the Baron, piercing him through and through with his dark, fiery glance. Then the Baron burst out still more angrily than on the preceding night. "If you think it a joke, sir, to stare at me, pray choose some other time and some other place to do so. And now have the—" A wave of the hand towards the door took the place of the harsh words the Baron was about to utter. And, as on the previous night, the stranger, after bowing slightly, left the hall with the same painful smile upon his lips. Siegfried was so excited and heated by play, by the wine which he had taken, and also by the scene with the stranger, that he could not sleep. Morning was already breaking when the stranger's figure appeared before his eyes. He observed his striking, sharp-cut features, worn with suffering, and his sad, deep-set eyes, just as he had stared at him, and he noticed his distinguished bearing, which, in spite of his mean clothing, betrayed a man of high culture. And then the air of painful resignation with which the stranger submitted to the harsh words flung at him, and fought down his bitter feelings with an effort, and left the hall. "No," cried Siegfried, "I did him wrong, great wrong. Is it indeed at all like me to blaze up in this rude, ill-mannered way, like an uncultivated clown, and to offer insults to people without the least provocation?" The Baron at last arrived at the conviction that it must have been a most oppressive feeling of the sharp contrast between them which had made the man stare at him so. In the moment that he was perhaps contending with the bitterest poverty, he, the Baron, was piling up heaps and heaps of gold with all the superciliousness of the gambler. He resolved to find out the stranger that very morning and atone to him for his rudeness. And as chance would have it, the very first person whom the Baron saw strolling down the avenue was the stranger himself. The Baron addressed him, offered the most profuse apologies for his behaviour of the night before, and in conclusion begged the stranger's pardon in all due form. The stranger replied that he had nothing to pardon, since large allowances must be made for a player deeply intent over his game, and besides, he had only himself to blame for the harsh words he had provoked, since he had obstinately persisted in remaining in the place where he disturbed the Baron's play. The Baron went further. He said there were often seasons of momentary embarrassment in life, which weighed with a most galling effect upon a man of refinement, and he plainly hinted to the stranger that he was willing to give the money he had won, or even more still, if by that means he could perhaps be of any assistance to him. "Sir," replied the stranger, "you think I am in want, but that is not indeed the case. For though poor rather than rich, I yet have enough to satisfy my simple wants. Moreover, you will yourself perceive that, as a man of honour, I could not possibly accept a large sum of money from you as indemnification for the insult you conceive to have offered me, even though I were not a gentleman of birth." "I think I understand you," replied the Baron, starting. "I am ready to grant you the satisfaction you demand." "Good God!" continued the stranger, "good God! How unequal a contest it would be between us two! I am certain that you think as I do about a duel, that it is not to be treated as a piece of childish folly. Nor do you believe that a few drops of blood, which have perhaps fallen from a scratched finger, can ever wash tarnished honour bright again. There are many cases in which it is impossible for two particular individuals to continue to exist together on this earth, even though the one live in the Caucasus and the other on the Tiber. No separation is possible so long as the hated foe can be thought of as still alive. In this case, a duel to decide which of the two is to give way to the other on this earth is a necessity. Between us now, as I have just said, a duel would be fought upon unequal terms, since no how can my life be valued so highly as yours. If I run you through, I destroy a whole world of the finest hopes, and if I fall, then you have put an end to a miserable existence. that is harrowed by the bitterest and most agonizing memories. But after all, and this is of course the main thing, I don't conceive myself to have been in the remotest degree insulted. You bade me go, and I went." These last words the stranger spoke in a tone which nevertheless betrayed the sting in his heart. This was enough for the Baron to again apologize, which he did by especially dwelling upon the fact that the stranger's glance had, he did not know why, gone straight to his heart, till at last he could endure it no longer. "I hope, then," said the stranger, "that if my glance did really penetrate to your heart, it aroused you to a sense of the threatening danger on the brink of which you are hovering. With a light, glad heart and youthful ingenuousness, you are standing on the edge of the abyss of ruin. One single push, and you will plunge headlong down without a hope of rescue. In a single word, you are on the point of becoming a confirmed and passionate gambler, and ruining yourself." The Baron assured him that he was completely mistaken. He related the circumstances under which he had first gone to the faro table, and assured him that he entirely lacked the gambler's characteristic disposition. All he wished was to lose 200 louis d'or or so, and when he had succeeded in this, he intended to cease punting. Up to that time, however, he had had the most conspicuous run of good luck. "Oh, but," cried the stranger, "oh, but it is exactly this run of good luck wherein lies the subtlest and most formidable temptation of the malignant enemy. It is this run of good luck which attends your play, Baron, the circumstances under which you have begun to play, nay, your entire behaviour whilst actually engaged in play, which only too plainly betray how your interest in it deepens and increases on each occasion. All this reminds me only too forcibly of the awful fate of a certain unhappy man who, in many respects like you, began to play under circumstances similar to those which you have described in your own case. And therefore it was that I could not keep my eyes off you, and that I was hardly able to restrain myself from saying in words what my glances were meant to tell you. Oh, see the demons stretching out their talons to drag you down into the pit of ruin. Thus I should like to have called to you. I was desirous of making your acquaintance, and I have succeeded. Let me tell you the history of the unfortunate man whom I mentioned. You will then perhaps be convinced that it is no idle phantom of the brain when I see you in the most imminent danger and warn you." The stranger and the Baron both sat down upon a seat which stood quite isolated, and then the stranger began as follows. "The same brilliant qualities which distinguish you, Herr Baron, gained Chevalier Menard the esteem and admiration of men, and made him a favourite amongst women. In riches alone fortune had not been so gracious to him as she has been to you. He was almost in want, and it was only through exercising the strictest economy that he was enabled to appear in a state becoming his position as the scion of a distinguished family. Since even the smallest loss would be serious for him, and upset the entire tenor of his course of life, he dare not indulge in play. Besides, he had no inclination to do so, and it was therefore no act of self-sacrifice on his part to avoid the tables. It is to be added that he had the most remarkable success in everything which he took in hand, so that Chevalier Menard's good luck became a byword. One night he suffered himself to be persuaded, contrary to his practice, to visit a playhouse. The friends whom he had accompanied were soon deeply engaged in play. Without taking any interest in what was going forward, the Chevalier, busied with thoughts of quite a different character, first strode up and down the apartment, and then stood with his eyes fixed upon the gaming-table, where the gold continued to pour in upon the banker from all sides. All at once an old colonel observed the Chevalier, and cried out, "The devil! Here we've got Chevalier Menard and his good luck amongst us, and yet we can win nothing, since he has declared neither for the banker nor for the punters. But we can't have it so any longer. He shall at once punt for me." All the Baron's attempts to excuse himself on the ground of his lack of skill and total want of experience were of no avail. The Colonel was not to be denied. The Chevalier must take his place at the table. The Chevalier had exactly the same run of fortune that you have, Herr Baron. The cards fell favourable for him, and he had soon won a considerable sum for the Colonel, whose joy at his grand thought of claiming the loan of Chevalier Menard's steadfast good luck knew no bounds. This good luck, which quite astonished all the rest of those present, made not the slightest impression upon the Chevalier. Nay, somehow, in a way inexplicable to himself, his aversion to play took deeper root, so that on the following morning, when he awoke and felt the consequences of his exertion during the night, through which he had been awake in a general relaxation, both mental and physical, he took a most earnest resolve never again under any circumstances to visit a playhouse. And in this resolution he was still further strengthened by the old Colonel's conduct. He had the most decided ill luck with every card he took up, and the blame for this run of bad luck he, with the most extraordinary infatuation, put upon the Chevalier's shoulders. In an importunate manner he demanded that the Chevalier should either punt for him, or at any rate stand at his side, so as by his presence to banish the perverse demon who always put into his hands cards which never turned up right. Of course, it is well known that there is more absurd superstition to be found amongst gamblers than almost anywhere else. The only way in which the Chevalier could get rid of the Colonel was by declaring in a tone of great seriousness that he would rather fight him than play for him, for the Colonel was no great friend of duels. The Chevalier cursed his good nature in having complied with the old fool's request at first. Now nothing less was to be expected than that the story of the Baron's marvellously lucky play should pass from mouth to mouth, and also that all sorts of enigmatical, mysterious circumstances should be invented and added on to it, representing the Chevalier as a man in league with supernatural powers. But the fact that the Chevalier, in spite of his good luck, did not touch another card, could not fail to inspire the highest respect for his firmness of character, and so very much increased the esteem which he already enjoyed. Somewhere about a year later, the Chevalier was suddenly placed in a most painful and embarrassing position, owing to the non-arrival of the small sum of money upon which he relied to defray his current expenses. He was obliged to disclose his circumstances to his most intimate friend, who without hesitation supplied him with what he needed, at the same time twitting him with being the most hopelessly eccentric fellow that ever was. "Destiny," said he, "gives us hints in what way and where we ought to seek our own benefit, and we have only our own indolence to blame if we do not heed, do not understand these hints. The higher power that rules over us has whispered quite plainly in your ears, if you want money and property, go and play. Else you will be poor and needy and never independent as long as you live." And now, for the first time, the thought of how wonderfully fortune had favoured him at the faro bank took clear and distinct shape in his mind, and both in his dreams and when awake he heard the banker's monotonous "Gagne, perd," and the rattle of the gold pieces. Note the words gagne, win, perd, lose, with which the banker places the two cards on the table, the first to his right for himself, the second on his left for the punter. Return to text. "Yes, it is undoubtedly so," he said to himself. "A single night like that one before would free me from my difficulties, and help me over the painful embarrassment of being a burden to my friends. It is my duty to follow the beckoning finger of fate." The friends who had advised him to try play accompanied him to the playhouse, and gave him 20 louis d'or more, that he might begin unconcerned. If the Chevalier's play had been splendid when he punted for the old Colonel, it was indeed doubly so now. Blindly and without choice he drew the cards he staked upon, but the invisible hand of that higher power which is intimately related to chance, or rather actually is what we call chance, seemed to be regulating his play. At the end of the evening he had won 1,000 louis d'or. Next morning he awoke with a kind of dazed feeling. The gold pieces he had won lay scattered about beside him on the table. At the first moment he fancied he was dreaming. He rubbed his eyes, he grasped the table and pulled it nearer towards him. But when he began to reflect upon what had happened, when he buried his fingers amongst the gold pieces, when he counted them with gratified satisfaction, and even counted them through again, then delight in the base mammon shot for the first time like a pernicious, poisonous breath through his every nerve and fibre. Then it was all over with the purity of sentiment which he had so long preserved intact. He could hardly wait for night to come that he might go to the faro table again. His good luck continued constant, so that after a few weeks, during which he played nearly every night, he had won a considerable sum. Now, there are two sorts of players. Play, simply as such, affords to many an indescribable and mysterious pleasure, totally irrespective of gain. The strange complications of chance occur with the most surprising waywardness. The government of the higher power becomes conspicuously evident, and this it is which stirs up our spirit to move its wings and see if it cannot soar upwards into the mysterious kingdom, the fateful workshop of this power, in order to surprise it at its labours. I once knew a man who spent many days and nights alone in his room, keeping a bank and punting against himself. This man was, according to my way of thinking, a genuine player. Others have nothing but gain before their eyes, and look upon play as a means to getting rich speedily. This class the Chevalier joined, thus once more establishing the truth of the saying that the real, deeper inclination for play must lie in the individual nature, must be born in it, and for this reason he soon found the sphere of activity to which the punter is confined too narrow. With the very large sum of money that he had won by gambling, he established a bank of his own, and in this enterprise fortune favoured him to such an extent that within a short time his bank was the richest in all Paris. And agreeably to the nature of the case, the largest proportion of players flocked to him, the richest and luckiest banker. The heartless, demoralizing life of a gambler soon blotted out all those advantages, as well mental as physical, which had formerly secured to the Chevalier people's affection and esteem. He ceased to be a faithful friend, a cheerful, easy guest in society, a chivalrous and gallant admirer of the fair sex. Extinguished was all his taste for science and art, and gone all striving to advance along the road to sound knowledge. Upon his deathly pale countenance, and in his gloomy eyes, where a dim, restless fire gleamed, was to be read the full expression of the extremely baneful passion in whose toils he was entangled. It was not fondness for play. No, it was the most abominable avarice which had been enkindled in his soul by Satan himself. In a single word, he was the most finished specimen of a faro banker that may be seen anywhere. One night fortune was less favourable to the Chevalier than usual, although he suffered no loss of any consequence. Then a little thin old man, meanly clad and almost repulsive to look at, approached the table, drew a card with a trembling hand, and placed a gold piece upon it. Several of the players looked up at the old man at first greatly astonished, but after that they treated him with provoking contempt. Nevertheless, his face never moved a muscle, far less did he utter a single word of complaint. The old man lost. He lost one stake after another, but the higher his losses rose, the more pleased the other players got. And at last, when the newcomer, who continued to double his stake every time, placed 500 louis d'or at once upon a card, and this the very next moment turned up on the losing side, one of the other players cried with a laugh, "Good luck, Signor Vertua, good luck! Don't lose heart, go on staking. You look to me as if you would finish with breaking the bank through your immense winnings." The old man shot a basilisk-like look upon the mocker and hurried away, but only to return at the end of half an hour with his pockets full of gold. In the last taille He was, however, obliged to cease playing, since he had again lost all the money he had brought back with him. This scornful and contemptuous treatment of the old man had excessively annoyed the Chevalier, for, in spite of all his abominable practices, he yet insisted on certain rules of good behaviour being observed at his table. And so, on the conclusion of the game, when Signor Vertua had taken his departure, the Chevalier felt he had sufficient grounds to speak a serious word or two to the mocker, as well as to one or two other players whose contemptuous treatment of the old man had been most conspicuous, and whom the Chevalier had bidden stay behind for this purpose. "Ah, but, Chevalier," cried one of them, "you don't know old Francesco Vertua, or else you would have no fault to find with us and our behaviour towards him. You would rather approve of it. For let me tell you that this Vertua, a Neapolitan by birth, who has been 15 years in Paris, is the meanest, dirtiest, most pestilent miser and usurer who can be found anywhere. He is a stranger to every human feeling. If he saw his own brother writhing at his feet in the agonies of death, it would be an utter waste of pains to try to entice a single louis d'or from him, even if it were to save his brother's life. He has a heavy burden of curses and imprecations to bear, which have been showered down upon him by a multitude of men, nay, by entire families, who have been plunged into the deepest distress through his diabolical speculations. He is hated like poison by all who know him. Everybody wishes that vengeance may overtake him for all the evil that he has done, and that it may put an end to his career of iniquity. He has never played before, at least since he has been in Paris, and so from all this you need not wonder at our being so greatly astounded when the old skinflint appeared at your table. And for the same reasons we were, of course, pleased at the old fellow's serious losses, for it would have been hard, very hard, if the old rascal had been favoured by fortune. It is only too certain, Chevalier, that the old fool has been deluded by the riches of your bank. He came intending to pluck you, and has lost his own feathers. But yet it completely puzzles me how Vertua could act thus in a way so opposite to the true character of a miser, and could bring himself to play so high. Ah, well, you'll see he will not come again. We are now quit of him." But this opinion proved to be far from correct, for on the very next night Vertua presented himself at the Chevalier's bank again, and staked and lost much more heavily than on the night preceding. But he preserved a calm demeanour through it all. He even smiled at times with a sort of bitter irony, as though foreseeing how soon things would be totally changed. But during each of the succeeding nights the old man's losses increased like a glacier at a greater and greater rate, till at last it was calculated that he had paid over 30,000 louis d'or to the bank. Finally, he entered the hall one evening, long after play had begun, with a deathly pale face and troubled looks, and took up his post at some distance from the table, his eyes riveted in a set stare upon the cards which the Chevalier successively drew. At last, just as the Chevalier had shuffled the cards, had them cut, and was about to begin the taille, the old man cried in such a harsh, grating voice, "Stop!" that everybody looked round well-nigh dismayed. Then, forcing his way to the table close up to the Chevalier, he said in his ear, speaking in a hoarse voice, "Chevalier, my house in the Rue Saint-Honoré, together with all the furniture and all the gold and silver and all the jewels I possess, are valued at 80,000 francs. Will you accept the stake?" "Very good," replied the Chevalier coldly, without looking round at the old man, and he began the taille. "The Queen," said Vertua. And at the next draw the Queen had lost. The old man reeled back from the table and leaned against the wall, motionless and paralyzed, like a rigid stone statue. Nobody troubled himself any further about him. Play was over for the night. The players were dispersing. The Chevalier and his croupier were packing away in the strong-box the gold he had won. Then old Vertua staggered like a ghost out of the corner towards the Chevalier and addressed him in a hoarse, hollow voice. "Yet a word with you, Chevalier? Only a single word." "Well, what is it?" replied the Chevalier, withdrawing the key from the lock of the strong-box and measuring the old man from head to foot with a look of contempt. I have lost all my property at your bank, Chevalier, went on the old man. I have nothing left. I don't know where I shall lay my head tomorrow, nor how I shall appease my hunger. You are my last resource, Chevalier. Lend me the 10th part of the sum I have lost to you, that I may begin my business over again, and so work my way up out of the distressed state I now am in. Whatever are you thinking about? Rejoined the Chevalier. Whatever are you thinking about, Signor Vertue? Don't you know that a faro banker never dare lend of his winnings? That's against the old rule, and I am not going to violate it. You are right, went on Vertue again. You are right, Chevalier. My request was senseless, extravagant. The 10th part? No, lend me the 20th part. I tell you, replied the Chevalier impatiently, that I won't lend a farthing of my winnings. True, said Vertue, his face growing paler and paler, and his gaze becoming more and more set and staring. True, you ought not to lend anything. I never used to do. But give some alms to a beggar. Give him 100 louis d'or of the riches which blind fortune has thrown in your hands today. Of a verity, you know how to torment people, Signor Vertue, burst out the Chevalier angrily. I tell you, you won't get so much as 100, nor 50, nor 20, no, not so much as a single louis d'or from me. I should be mad to make you even the smallest advance, so as to help you begin your shameful trade over again. Fate has stamped you in the dust like a poisonous reptile, and it would simply be villainy for me to aid you in recovering yourself. Go, and perish as you deserve. Pressing both hands over his face, Vertue sank on the floor with a muffled groan. The Chevalier ordered his servant to take the strong-box down to his carriage, and then cried in a loud voice, When will you hand over to me your house and effects, Signor Vertue? Vertue hastily picked himself up from the ground and said in a firm voice, Now, at once, this moment, Chevalier, come with me. Good, replied the Chevalier. You may ride with me as far as your house, which you shall leave tomorrow for good. End of Gambler's Luck, Part 1. End of Section 11. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 12 of Weird Tales, Volume 2 by E.T.A. Hoffmann. Translated by John Thomas Beelby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Gambler's Luck, Part 2. All the way neither of them spoke a single word, neither Vertue nor the Chevalier. Arrived in front of the house in the Rue Saint-Honoré, Vertue pulled the bell. An old woman opened the door, and on perceiving it was Vertue, cried, Oh, good heavens, Signor Vertue, is that you at last? Angela is half dead with anxiety on your account. Silence, replied Vertue. God grant she has not heard this unlucky bell. She is not to know that I have come. And therewith he took the lighted candle out of the old woman's hand, for she appeared to be quite stunned, and lighted the Chevalier up to his own room. I am prepared for the worst, said Vertue. You hate, you despise me, Chevalier. You have ruined me, to your own and other people's joy, but you do not know me. Let me tell you, then, that I was once a gambler like you. That capricious fortune was as favourable to me as she is to you, that I travelled through half Europe, stopping everywhere where high play and the hope of large gains enticed me, that the piles of gold continually increased in my bank as they do in yours. I had a true and beautiful wife whom I neglected, and she was miserable in the midst of all her magnificence and wealth. It happened once, when I had set up my bank in Genoa, that a young Roman lost all his rich patrimony at my bank. He besought me to lend him money, as I did you today, sufficient at least to enable him to travel back to Rome. I refused with a laugh of mocking scorn, and in the insane fury of despair he thrust the stiletto which he wore right into my breast. At great pains the surgeon succeeded in saving me, but it was a wearying, painful time whilst I lay on the bed of sickness. Then my wife tended me, comforted me, and kept up my courage when I was ready to sink under my sufferings. And as I grew towards recovery, a feeling began to glimmer within me that I had never experienced before, and it waxed ever stronger and stronger. A gambler becomes an alien to all human emotion, and hence I had not known what was the meaning of a wife's love and faithful attachment. The debt of what I owed my wife burned itself into my ungrateful heart, and also the sense of the villainous conduct to which I had sacrificed her. All those whose life's happiness, whose entire existence I had ruined with heartless indifference, were like tormenting spirits of vengeance, and I heard their hoarse, hollow voices echoing from the grave, upbraiding me with all the guilt and criminality, the seed of which I had planted in their bosoms. It was only my wife who was able to drive away the unutterable distress and horror that then came upon me. I made a vow never to touch a card more. I lived in retirement. I rent asunder all the ties which held me fast to my former mode of life. I withstood the enticements of my croupiers when they came and said they could not do without me and my good luck. I bought a small country villa not far from Rome, and thither, as soon as I was recovered from my illness, I fled for refuge, along with my wife. Oh, only one single year did I enjoy a calmness, a happiness, a peaceful content such as I had never dreamt of. My wife bore me a daughter, and died a few weeks later. I was in despair. I railed at heaven, and again cursed myself and my reprobate life, for which heaven was now exacting vengeance upon me, by depriving me of my wife. She who had saved me from ruin, who was the only creature who afforded me hope and consolation. I was driven away from my country villa hither to Paris, like the criminal who fears the horrors of solitude. Angela grew up the lovely image of her mother. My heart was wholly wrapped up in her. For her sake I felt called upon not so much to obtain a large fortune for her as to increase what I had already got. It is the truth that I lent money at a high rate of interest, but it is a foul calumny to accuse me of deceitful usury. And who are these my accusers? Thoughtless, frivolous people who worry me to death until I lend them money, which they immediately go and squander like a thing of no worth, and then get in a rage if I demand inexorable punctuality in repayment of the money which does not indeed belong to me, no, but to my daughter, for I merely look upon myself as her steward. It's not long since I saved a young man from disgrace and ruin by advancing him a considerable sum. As I knew he was terribly poor, I never mentioned a syllable about repayment until I knew he had got together a rich property. Then I applied to him for settlement of his debt. Would you believe it, Chevalier? The dishonourable knave, who owed all he had to me, tried to deny the debt, and on being compelled by the court to pay me, reproached me with being a villainous miser. I could tell you more such like cases, and these things have made me hard and insensible to emotion when I have to deal with folly and baseness. Nay, more, I could tell you of the many bitter tears I have wiped away, and of the many prayers which have gone up to heaven for me and my Angela. But you would only regard it as empty boasting, and pay not the slightest heed to it, for you are a gambler. I thought I had satisfied the resentment of heaven. It was but a delusion, for Satan has been permitted to lead me astray in a more disastrous way than before. I heard of your good luck, Chevalier. Every day I heard that this man and that had staked and staked at your bank until he became a beggar. Then the thought came into my mind that I was destined to try my gambler's luck, which had never hitherto deserted me, against yours, that the power was given me to put a stop to your practices, and this thought, which could only have been engendered by some extraordinary madness, left me no rest, no peace. Hence I came to your bank, and my terrible infatuation did not leave me until all my property, all my Angela's property, was yours. And now the end has come. I presume you will allow my daughter to take her clothing with her?" "Your daughter's wardrobe does not concern me," replied the Chevalier. "You may also take your beds and other necessary household utensils and such like, for what could I do with all the old lumber? But see to it that nothing of value of the things which now belong to me get mixed up with it." Old Vertua stared at the Chevalier a second or two, utterly speechless. Then a flood of tears burst from his eyes, and he sank upon his knees in front of the Chevalier, perfectly upset with trouble and despair, and raised his hands, crying, "Chevalier, have you still a spark of human feeling left in your breast? Be merciful, merciful. It is not I, but my daughter, my Angela, my innocent angelic child, whom you are plunging into ruin. Oh, be merciful to her. Lend her, my Angela, the 20th part of the property you have deprived her of. Oh, I know you will listen to my entreaty. Oh, Angela, my daughter." And therewith the old man sobbed and lamented and moaned, calling upon his child by name in the most heart-rending tones. "I am getting tired of this absurd theatrical scene," said the Chevalier, indifferently but impatiently. But at this moment the door flew open, and in burst a girl in a white nightdress, her hair dishevelled, her face pale as death, burst in and ran to old Vertua, raised him up, took him in her arms, and cried, oh, Father, I have heard all, I know all. Have you really lost everything? Everything, really? Have you not your Angela? What need have we of money and property? Will not Angela sustain you and tend you? Oh, Father, don't humiliate yourself a moment longer before this despicable monster. It is not we, but he, who is poor and miserable in the midst of his contemptible riches. For see, he stands there deserted in his awful, hopeless loneliness. There is not a heart in all the wide world to cling lovingly to his breast, to open out to him when he despairs of his own life, of himself. Come, Father, leave this house with me. Come, let us make haste and be gone, that this fearful man may not exult over your trouble." Vertua sank, half fainting, into an easy-chair. Angela knelt down before him, took his hands, kissed them, fondled them, enumerated with childish loquacity all the talents, all the accomplishments which she was mistress of, and by the aid of which she would earn a comfortable living for her father. She besought him, from the midst of burning tears, to put aside all his trouble and distress, since her life now would first acquire true significance, when she had to sew, embroider, sing, and play her guitar, not for mere pleasure, but for her father's sake. Who, however hardened a sinner, could have remained insensible at the sight of Angela thus radiant in her divine beauty, comforting her old father with sweet, soft words, whilst the purest affection, the most childlike goodness beamed from her eyes, evidently coming from the very depths of her heart? Quite otherwise was it with the Chevalier. A perfect Gehenna of torment and of the stinging of conscience was awakened within him. Angela appeared to him to be the avenging angel of God, before whose splendour the misty veil of his wicked infatuation melted away, so that he saw with horror the repulsive nakedness of his own miserable soul. Yet right through the midst of the flames of this infernal pit that was blazing in the Chevalier's heart passed a divine and pure ray, whose emanations of light were the sweetest rapture, the very bliss of heaven. But the shining of this ray only made his unutterable torments the more terrible to bear. The Chevalier had never been in love. The moment in which he saw Angela was the moment in which he was to experience the most ardent passion, and also at the same time the crushing pain of utter hopelessness. for no man who had appeared before the pure angel child, lovely Angela, in the way the Chevalier had done, could dream of hope. He attempted to speak, but his tongue seemed to be numbed by cramp. At last, controlling himself with an effort, he stammered with trembling voice, "Signor Vertua, listen to me. I have not won anything from you, nothing at all. There is my strong box, it is yours. Nay, I must pay you yet more than there is there. I am your debtor. There, take it, take it." "Oh, my daughter!" cried Vertua, but Angela rose to her feet, approached the Chevalier, and flashed a proud look upon him, saying earnestly and composedly, "Chevalier, allow me to tell you that there is something higher than money and goods. There are sentiments to which you are a stranger, which, whilst sustaining our souls with the comfort of heaven, bid us reject your gift, your favour, with contempt. Keep your mammon, which is burdened with the curse that pursues you, you heartless, depraved gambler." "Yes," cried the Chevalier in a fearful voice, his eyes flashing wildly, for he was perfectly beside himself. "Yes, accursed will I be. Down into the depths of damnation may I be hurled, if ever again this hand touches a card. And if you then send me from you, Angela, then it will be you who will bring irreparable ruin upon me. Oh, you don't know, you don't understand me, you can't help but call me insane, but you will feel it. You will know all when you see me stretched at your feet with my brains scattered. Angela, it's now a question of life or death. Farewell." Therewith the Chevalier rushed off in a state of perfect despair. Vertua saw through him completely. He knew what change had come over him. He endeavoured to make his lovely Angela understand that certain circumstances might arise which would make it necessary to accept the Chevalier's present. Angela trembled with dread lest she should understand her father. She did not conceive how it would ever be possible to meet the Chevalier on any other terms save those of contempt. Destiny, which often ripens into shape deep down in the human heart, without the mind being aware of it, permitted that to take place which had never been thought of, never been dreamt of. The Chevalier was like a man suddenly wakened up out of a fearful dream. He saw himself standing on the brink of the abyss of ruin, and stretched out his arms in vain towards the bright shining figure which had appeared to him, not, however, to save him, no, but to remind him of his damnation. To the astonishment of all Paris, Chevalier Menard's bank disappeared from the gambling-house. Nobody ever saw him again, and hence the most diverse and extraordinary rumours were current, each of them more false than the rest. The Chevalier shunned all society. His love found expression in the deepest and most unconquerable despondency. It happened, however, that old Vertua and his daughter one day suddenly crossed his path in one of the dark and lonely alleys of the garden of Mademoiselle. Angela, who thought she could never look upon the Chevalier without contempt and abhorrence, felt strangely moved on seeing him so deathly pale, terribly shaken with trouble, hardly daring in his shy respect to raise his eyes. She knew quite well that ever since that ill-omened night he had altogether relinquished gambling and effected a complete revolution in his habits of life. She alone, had brought all this about. She had saved the Chevalier from ruin. Could anything be more flattering to her woman's vanity? Hence it was that, after Vertua had exchanged the usual complimentary remarks with the Chevalier, Angela asked in a tone of gentle and sympathetic pity, "What is the matter with you, Chevalier Menard? You are looking very ill and full of trouble. I am sure you ought to consult a physician." It is easy to imagine how Angela's words fell like a comforting ray of hope upon the Chevalier's heart. From that moment he was not like the same man. He lifted up his head. He was able to speak in those tones full of the real inward nature of the man with which he had formerly won all hearts. Vertua exhorted him to come and take possession of the house he had won. "Yes, Signor Verture," cried the Chevalier, with animation. "Yes, that I will do. I will call upon you tomorrow. But let us carefully weigh and discuss all the conditions of the transfer, even though it should last some months." "Be it so, then, Chevalier," replied Verture, smiling. "I fancy that there will arise a good many things to be discussed, of which we at the present moment have no idea." The Chevalier, being thus comforted at heart, could not fail to develop again all the charms of manner which had once been so peculiarly his own before he was led astray by his insane, pernicious passion for gambling. His visits at old Vertue's grew more and more frequent. Angela conceived a warmer and warmer liking for the man whose safeguarding angel she had been, until finally she thought she loved him with all her heart. And she promised him her hand, to the great joy of old Verture, who at last felt that the settlement respecting the property he had lost to the Chevalier could now be concluded. One day Angela, Chevalier Menard's happy betrothed, sat at her window wrapped up in varied thoughts of the delights and happiness of love, such as young girls when betrothed are wont to dwell upon. A regiment of chasseurs passed by to the merry sound of the trumpet, bound for a campaign in Spain. As Angela was regarding with sympathetic interest the poor men who were doomed to death in the wicked war, a young man wheeled his horse quickly to one side and looked up at her, and she sank back in her chair, fainting. Oh, the chasseur who was riding to meet a bloody death was none other than young Duvernay, their neighbour's son, with whom she had grown up, who had run in and out of the house nearly every day, and had only kept away since the Chevalier had begun to visit them. In the young man's glance, which was charged with reproaches having all the bitterness of death in them, Angela became conscious, for the first time, not only that he loved her unspeakably, but also how boundless was the love which she herself felt for him. Hitherto she had not been conscious of it. She had been infatuated, fascinated by the glitter which gathered ever more thickly about the Chevalier. She now understood, and for the first time, the youth's labouring sighs and quiet, unpretending homage. And now, too, she also understood her own embarrassed heart for the first time, knew what had caused the fluttering sensation in her breast when Duvernay had come, and when she had heard his voice. "It is too late. I have lost him," was the voice that spoke in Angela's soul. She had courage enough to beat down the feelings of wretchedness which threatened to distract her heart, and for that reason, namely that she possessed the courage, she succeeded. Nevertheless, it did not escape the Chevalier's acute perception that something had happened to powerfully affect Angela. But he possessed sufficient delicacy of feeling not to seek for a solution of the mystery, which it was evident she desired to conceal from him. He contented himself with depriving any dangerous rival of his power by expediting the marriage, and he made all arrangements for its celebration with such fine tact and such a sympathetic appreciation of his fair bride's situation and sentiments that she saw in them a new proof of the good and amiable qualities of her husband. The Chevalier's behaviour towards Angela showed him attentive to her slightest wish, and exhibited that sincere esteem which springs from the purest affection. Hence her memory of Duvernay soon vanished entirely from her mind. The first cloud that dimmed the bright heaven of her happiness was the illness and death of old Verture. Since the night when he had lost all his fortune at the Chevalier's bank, he had never touched a card, but during the last moments of his life, play seemed to have taken complete possession of his soul. Whilst the priest who had come to administer to him the consolation of the church ere he died was speaking to him of heavenly things, he lay with his eyes closed, murmuring between his teeth, "Père, gagne," whilst his trembling half-dead hands went through the motions of dealing through a tie, of drawing the cards. Both Angela and the Chevalier bent over him and spoke to him in the tenderest manner, but it was of no use. He no longer seemed to know them, nor even to be aware of their presence, with a deep-drawn sigh, "Gagne!" he breathed his last. In the midst of her distressing grief, Angela could not get rid of an uncomfortable feeling of awe at the way in which the old man had died. She again saw in vivid shape the picture of that terrible night, when she had first seen the Chevalier as a most hardened and reprobate gambler, and the fearful thought entered her mind that he might again, in scornful mockery of her, cast aside his mask of goodness, and appear in his original fiendish character, and begin to pursue his old course of life once more. And only too soon was Angela's dreaded foreboding to become reality. However great the awe which fell upon the Chevalier at old Francesco Vertua's death scene, when the old man, despising the consolation of the Church, though in the last agonies of death had not been able to turn his thoughts from his former sinful life, however great was the awe that then fell upon the Chevalier, yet his mind was thereby led, though how he could not explain, to dwell more keenly upon play than ever before, so that every night in his dreams he sat at the faro bank and heaped up riches anew. In proportion as Angela's behaviour became more constrained, in consequence of her recollection of the character in which she had first seen the Chevalier, and as it became more and more impossible for her to continue to meet him upon the old affectionate confidential footing upon which they had hitherto lived, so exactly in the same degree distrust of Angela crept into the Chevalier's mind, since he ascribed her constraint to the secret which had once disturbed her peace of mind, and which had not been revealed to him. From this distrust were born displeasure and unpleasantness, and these he expressed in various ways which hurt Angela's feelings. By a singular cross-action of spiritual influence, Angela's recollections of the unhappy Duvernet began to recur to her mind with fresher force, and along with these the intolerable consciousness of her ruined love, the loveliest blossom that had budded in her youthful heart. The strained relations between the pair continued to increase, until things got to such a pitch that the Chevalier grew disgusted with his simple mode of life, thought it dull, and was smitten with the powerful longing to enjoy the life of the world again. His star of ill omen began to acquire the ascendancy. The change, which had been inaugurated by displeasure and great unpleasantness, was completed by an abandoned wretch who had formerly been croupier in the Chevalier's faro-bank. He succeeded, by means of the most artful insinuations and conversations, in making the Chevalier look upon his present walk of life as childish and ridiculous. The Chevalier could not understand at last how, for a woman's sake, he ever came to leave a world which appeared to him to contain all that made life of any worth. It was not long ere Chevalier Menard's rich bank was flourishing more magnificently than ever. His good luck had not left him. Victim after victim came and fell. He amassed heaps of riches. But Angela's happiness? It was ruined in fearful fashion. It was to be compared to a short, fair dream. The Chevalier treated her with indifference, nay, even with contempt. Often, for weeks and months together, she never saw him once. The household arrangements were placed in the hands of a steward. The servants were being constantly changed to suit the Chevalier's whims, so that Angela, a stranger in her own house, knew not where to turn for comfort. Often during her sleepless nights the Chevalier's carriage stopped before the door, the heavy strong box was carried upstairs, the Chevalier flung out a few harsh monosyllabic words of command, and then the doors of his distant room were sent to with a bang. All this she heard, and a flood of bitter tears started from her eyes. In a state of the most heart-rending anguish she called upon Duvernet time after time, and implored Providence to put an end to her miserable life of trouble and suffering. One day a young man of good family, after losing all his fortune at the Chevalier's bank, sent a bullet through his brain in the gambling-house, and in the very same room even in which the bank was established, so that the players were sprinkled by the blood and scattered brains and started up aghast. The Chevalier alone preserved his indifference, and, as all were preparing to leave the apartment, he asked whether it was in accordance with their rules and custom to leave the bank before the appointed hour, on account of a fool who had had no conduct in his play. The occurrence created a great sensation. The most experienced and hardened gamblers were indignant at the Chevalier's unexampled behaviour. The voice of the public was raised against him. The bank was closed by the police. He was, moreover, accused of false play, and his unprecedented good luck tended to establish the truth of the charge. He was unable to clear himself. The fine he was compelled to pay deprived him of a considerable part of his riches. He found himself disgraced and looked upon with contempt. Then he went back to the arms of the wife he had ill-used, and she willingly received him, the penitent, since the remembrance of how her own father had turned aside from the demoralizing life of a gambler allowed a glimmer of hope to rise that the Chevalier's conversion might this time, now that he was older, really have some stamina in it. The Chevalier left Paris along with his wife, and went to Genoa, Angela's birthplace. Here he led a very retired life at first, but all endeavours to restore the footing of quiet domesticity with Angela, which his evil genius had destroyed, were in vain. It was not long before his deep-rooted discontent awoke anew, and drove him out of the house in a state of uneasy, unsettled restlessness. His evil reputation had followed him from Paris to Genoa. He dare not venture to establish a bank, although he was being goaded to do so by a power he could hardly resist. At that time the richest bank in Genoa was kept by a French colonel, who had been invalided owing to serious wounds. His heart burning with envy and fierce hatred, the Chevalier appeared at the colonel's table, expecting that his usual good fortune would stand by him, and that he should soon ruin his rival. The colonel greeted him with a merry humour, such as was in general not customary with him, and said that now the play would really be worth indulging in, since they had got Chevalier Menard and his good luck to join them, for now would come the struggle which alone made the game interesting. And, in fact, during the first tie, the cards fell favourable to the Chevalier, as they always had done. But when, relying upon his invincible luck, he at last cried "Va banque," he lost a very considerable sum at one stroke. Note: va bout, or va banque, meant a challenge to the bank to the full amount of the highest limit of play, and if the punter won, he virtually broke the bank. Return to text. The colonel, at other times preserving the same even temperament, whether winning or losing, now swept the money towards him with the most demonstrative signs of extreme delight. From this moment fortune turned away from the Chevalier utterly and completely. He played every night, and every night he lost, until his property had melted away to a few thousand ducats, which he still had in securities. The Chevalier had spent the whole day in running about to get his securities converted into ready money, and did not reach home until late in the evening. So soon as it was fully night, he was about to leave the house, with his last gold pieces in his pocket, when Angela, who suspected pretty much how matters stood, stepped in his path and threw herself at his feet, whilst a flood of tears gushed from her eyes, beseeching him by the Virgin and all the saints to abandon his wicked purpose and not to plunge her in want and misery. He raised her up, and strained her to his heart with painful, passionate intensity, saying in a hoarse voice, "Angela, my dear, sweet Angela, it can't be helped now. Indeed, it must be so. I must go on with it, for I can't let it alone. But tomorrow all your trouble shall be over, for by the eternal destiny that rules over us, I swear that to-day shall be the last time I will play. Quiet yourself, my dear, good child. Go and sleep. Dream of happy days to come, of a better life that is in store for you. That will bring good luck." Herewith he kissed his wife and hurried off before she could stop him. 2 ties, and the Chevalier had lost all. All. He stood beside the Colonel, staring upon the faro table in moody senselessness. "Are you not punting any more, Chevalier?" said the Colonel, shuffling the cards for a new taille. "I have lost all," replied the Chevalier, forcing himself with an effort to be calm. "Have you really nothing left?" asked the Colonel, at the next taille. "I am a beggar," cried the Chevalier, his voice trembling with rage and mortification, and he continued to stare fiercely upon the table, without observing that the players were gaining more and more advantages over the banker. The Colonel went on playing quietly, but whilst shuffling the cards for the following taille, he said in a low voice, without looking at the Chevalier, "But you have a beautiful wife?" "What do you mean by that?" burst out the Chevalier angrily. The Colonel drew his cards without making any answer. 10,000 ducats, or Angela," said the Colonel, half turning round whilst the cards were being cut. "You are mad!" exclaimed the Chevalier, who now began to observe, on coming more to himself, that the Colonel continually lost and lost again. 20,000 ducats against Angela," said the Colonel in a low voice, pausing for a moment in his shuffling of the cards. The Chevalier did not reply. The Colonel went on playing, and almost all the cards fell to the player's side. "Taken," whispered the Chevalier in the Colonel's ear, as the new taille began, and he pushed the Queen on the table. In the next draw the Queen had lost. The Chevalier drew back from the table, grinding his teeth, and in despair stood leaning in a window, his face deathly pale. Play was over. "Well, and what's to be done now?" were the Colonel's mocking words as he stepped up to the Chevalier. "Ah!" cried the Chevalier, quite beside himself, "you have made me a beggar, but you must be insane to imagine that you could win my wife. Are we on the islands? Is my wife a slave, exposed as a mere thing to the brutal arbitrariness of a reprobate man, that he may trade with her, gamble with her? But it is true, you would have had to pay 20,000 ducats if the Queen had won, and so I have lost all right to raise a protest if my wife is willing to leave me to follow you. Come along with me, and despair when you see how my wife will repel you with detestation when you propose to her that she shall follow you as your shameless mistress." "You will be the one to despair," replied the Colonel, with a mocking, scornful laugh. "You will be the one to despair, Chevalier, when Angela turns with abhorrence from you, the abandoned sinner who have made her life miserable, and flies into my arms in rapture and delight. You will be the one to despair when you learn that we have been united by the blessing of the Church, and that our dearest wishes are crowned with happiness. You call me insane. Ho, ho! All I wanted to win was the right to claim her, for of Angela herself I am sure. Ho, ho, Chevalier, let me inform you that your wife loves me, with unspeakable love. Let me inform you that I am that Duvernay, the neighbour's son, who was brought up along with Angela, bound to her by ties of the most ardent affection. He whom you drove away by means of your diabolical devices. Ah, it was not until I had to go away to the wars that Angela became conscious to herself of what I was to her. I know all. It was too late. The spirit of evil suggested to me the idea that I might ruin you in play, and so I took to gambling, followed you to Genoa, and now I have succeeded. Away now to your wife." The Chevalier was almost annihilated, like one upon whose head had fallen the most disastrous blows of fortune. Now he saw to the bottom of that mysterious secret. Now he saw for the first time the full extent of the misfortune which he had brought upon poor Angela. "Angela, my wife, shall decide," he said hoarsely, and followed the Colonel, who was hurrying off at full speed. On reaching the house, the colonel laid his hand upon the latch of Angela's chamber, but the Chevalier pushed him back, saying, "My wife is asleep. Do you want to rouse her out of her sweet sleep?" Replied the colonel. "Has Angela ever enjoyed sweet sleep since you brought all this nameless misery upon her?" Again the colonel attempted to enter the chamber, but the Chevalier threw himself at his feet and screamed, frantic with despair, "Be merciful! Let me keep my wife! You have made me a beggar, but let me keep my wife!" "That's how old Verdure lay at your feet, you miscreant, dead to all feeling, and could not move your stony heart. May heaven's vengeance overtake you for it." Thus spoke the colonel, and he again strode towards Angela's chamber. The Chevalier sprang towards the door, tore it open, rushed to the bed in which his wife lay, and drew back the curtains, crying, "Angela! Angela!" Bending over her, he grasped her hand. But all at once he shook and trembled in mortal anguish, and cried in a thundering voice, "Look! Look! You have won my wife's corpse!" Perfectly horrified, the colonel approached the bed. No sign of life. Angela was dead. Dead! Then the colonel doubled his fist and shook it heavenwards, and rushed out of the room uttering a fearful cry. Nothing more was ever heard of him. This was the end of the stranger's tale, and the Baron was so shaken that before he could say anything the stranger had hastily risen from the seat and gone away. A few days later, the stranger was found in his room suffering from apoplexy of the nerves. He never opened his mouth up to the moment of his death, which ensued after the lapse of a few hours. His papers proved that, though he called himself Baudisson simply, he was no less a person than the unhappy Chevalier Menard himself. The Baron recognized it as a warning from heaven that Chevalier Menard had been led across his path to save him just as he was approaching the brink of the precipice. He vowed that he would withstand all the seductions of the gambler's deceptive luck. Up till now, he has faithfully kept his word. End of Gambler's Luck. End of Part 12 of Weird Tales, Volume 2. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 13 of Weird Tales, Volume 2 by E.T.A. Hoffmann, translated by John Thomas Beelby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Master Johannes Wacht, Part 1. At the time when people in the beautiful and pleasant town of Bamberg lived, according to the well-known saying, well, that is, under the crook, namely in the end of the previous century, there was also one inhabitant, a man belonging to the burgher class, who might be called in every respect both singular and eminent. His name was Johannes Wacht, and his trade was that of a carpenter. Nature, in weighing and definitely determining her children's destinies, pursues her own dark, inscrutable path. And all that is claimed by convenience, and by the opinions and considerations which prevail in man's narrow existence as determining factors in settling the true tendency of every man's self, nature regards as nothing more than the pert play of deluded children, imagining themselves to be wise. But short-sighted man often finds an insuperable irony in the contradiction between the conviction of his own mind and the mysterious ordering of this inscrutable power, who first nourished and fed him at her maternal bosom, and then deserted him. And this irony fills him with terror and awe, since it threatens to annihilate his own self. The mother of life does not choose for her favourites either the palaces of the great or the state apartments of princes, and so she made our Johannes, who, as the kindly reader will soon learn, might be called one of her most richly endowed favourites, first see the light of the world on a wretched heap of straw, in the workshop of an impoverished master-turner in Augsburg. His mother died of want and from suffering soon after the child's birth, and his father, followed her after the lapse of a few months. The town government had to take charge of the helpless boy, and when the council's master carpenter, a well-to-do, respectable man, who found in the child's face, notwithstanding that it was pinched with hunger, certain traits which pleased him, when he would not suffer the boy to be lodged in a public institution, but took him into his own house, in order to bring him up along with his own children, then there dawned upon Johannes his first genial ray of sunshine, heralding a happier lot in the future. In an incredibly short space of time, the boy's frame developed, so that it was difficult to believe that the little insignificant creature in the cradle had really been the shapeless, colourless chrysalis out of which this pretty, living, golden-locked boy had proceeded, like a beautiful butterfly. But what seemed of more importance, along with this pleasing grace of physical form, the boy soon displayed such eminent intellectual faculties as astonished both his foster father and his teachers. Johannes grew up in a workshop which sent forth some of the best and highest work that mechanical skill was able to produce, since the master carpenter to the council was constantly engaged upon the most important buildings. No wonder, therefore, that the child's mind, which caught up everything with such keen, clear perception, should be excited thereby, and should feel all his heart drawn towards a trade the deeper significance of which, in so far as it was concerned with the material creation of great and bold ideas, he dimly felt, deep down in his soul. The joy that this bent of the orphan's mind occasioned his foster father may well be conceived, and hence he felt persuaded to teach the boy all practical matters himself, with great care and attention, and furthermore, when he had grown into a youth, to have him instructed by the cleverest masters in all the higher branches of knowledge connected with the trade, both theoretical and practical, such as, for instance, drawing, architecture, mechanics, etc. Our Johannes was 24 years of age when the old master carpenter died, and even at that time his foster son was a thoroughly experienced and skilful journeyman in all branches of his craft, whose equal could not be found far and near. At this period Johannes set out, along with his true and faithful comrade Engelbrecht, on the usual journeyman's travels. Herewith you know, indulgent reader, all that it is needful to know about the youth of our worthy Wacht, and it only remains to tell you in a few words how it was that he came to settle in Bamberg, and how he became master there. After being on the travel for a pretty long time, he happened to arrive at Bamberg on his way home along with his comrade Engelbrecht. And there they found the bishop's palace undergoing thorough repair, and particularly on that side of it where the walls rose up to a great height out of a very narrow alley or court. Here an entirely new roof was to be put up, of very great and very heavy beams, and they wanted a machine which, whilst taking up the least possible room, would possess sufficient concentration of power to raise the heavy weights up to the required height. The prince-bishop's builder, who knew how to calculate to a nicety how Trajan's column in Rome had been made to stand, and also knew the 100 or more mistakes that had been made, which he should never have laid himself open to the reproach of committing, had indeed constructed a machine, a sort of crane, which was very nice to look at, and was praised by everybody as a masterpiece of mechanical skill. But when the men tried to set the thing a-going, it turned out that the Herr Builder had calculated upon downright Samsons and Herculeses. The wheels creaked and squeaked horribly. The huge beams which were hooked onto the crane did not budge an inch. The men declared, whilst shaking the sweat from their brows, that they would much sooner carry ship's mainmasts up steep stairs than strain themselves in this way, and waste all their best strength in vain over such a machine. And there matters remained. Standing at some distance, Wacht and Engelbrecht looked on at what they were doing, or rather not doing. And it is possible that Wacht may have smiled just a little at the builder's want of knowledge. A grey-headed old foreman, recognizing the strangers' handicraft from their clothing, stepped up to them without more ado, and asked Wacht if he understood how to manage the machine any better, since he looked so cunning about it. "Ah, well," replied Wacht, without being in the least disconcerted. "Ah, well, it's a doubtful point whether I know better, for every fool thinks he understands everything better than anybody else. But I can't help wondering that in this part of the country you don't seem to be acquainted with a certain simple contrivance, which would easily perform all that the hair-builder yonder is vainly tormenting his men to accomplish." The young man's bold answer nettled the grey-haired old foreman not a little. He turned away, muttering to himself, and very soon it was known to them all that a young stranger, a carpenter's journeyman, had laughed the builder, together with his machine, to scorn, and boasted that he was acquainted with a more serviceable contrivance. As is usually the case, nobody paid any heed to it. But the worthy builder, as well as the Honourable Guild of Carpenters in Bamberg, were of opinion that the stranger had not, it was to be presumed, devoured up all the wisdom of the world, nor would he presume to dictate and teach old and experienced masters. "Now do you see, Johannes," said Engelbrecht to his comrade, "now do you see how your rash boldness has again provoked against you the people whom we must meet as comrades of the craft?" "Who can, who may look on quietly," replied Johannes, whilst his eyes flashed, "when the poor labourers, I'm sure they're to be pitied, are tormented so, and made to work beyond all reason, and that all to no purpose? And who knows whether my rash boldness may not, after all, have beneficial consequences?" And it really turned out to be so. One single individual, of such preeminent intellectual capacity that no gleam of knowledge, however fugitive it might be, ever escaped his keen penetration, attached a quite different importance to the youth's words from what the rest did, for the builder had reported them to him as the presumptuous saying of a young fledgling carpenter. This man was the Prince-Bishop himself. He had the young man summoned to his presence, that he might inquire further into the import of his words, and was not a little astonished both at his appearance and at his general bearing and character. My kindly reader ought to know what this astonishment was due to, and now is the time to tell him something more about Johannes Wacht's exterior and Johannes Wacht's mind and thoughts. As far as his face and figure were concerned, he might justly be called a remarkably handsome young fellow, and yet his noble features and majestic stature did not attain to full perfection until after he had reached a riper manhood. Aesthetic canons of the cathedral credited Johannes with having the head of an old Roman. A younger member of the same fraternity, who even in the severest winter was in the habit of going about dressed in black silk, and who had read Schiller's Fischo, maintained, on the contrary, that Johannes Wacht was Verena in the flesh. But the mysterious charm, by means of which many highly gifted men are enabled to win at once the confidence of those whom they approach, does not consist in beauty and grace of external form alone. We, in a certain sense, feel their superiority. Yet this feeling is by no means an oppressive feeling, as might be imagined, but whilst elevating the spirit, it also excites a certain kind of mental comfort that does us an incalculable amount of good. All the factors of the physical and intellectual organism are united into a whole by the most perfect harmony, so that the contact with the superior soul is like a pure strain of music. It suffers no discord. This harmony creates that inimitable deportment, that, one might almost say, comfort in the slightest movements, through which the consciousness of true human dignity is proclaimed. This deportment can be taught by no dancing master, by no prince's tutor, and well and rightly does it deserve its proper name of the distinguished deportment, since it is stamped as such by nature herself. Here need only be added that Master Wacht, unflinchingly constant in generosity, truth, and faithfulness to his higher burgher standing, became, as the years went on, ever more a man of the people. He developed all the virtues, but at the same time all the unconquerable prejudices which are generally wont to form the unfavourable sides of such men's characters. My kindly reader will soon learn of what these prejudices consisted. I have now perhaps sufficiently explained why it was that the young man's appearance made such an uncommon impression upon the respected Prince-Bishop. For a long time he observed the stalwart young workman in silence, but with visible satisfaction. Then he questioned him about his previous life. Johannes answered all his questions candidly and modestly, and finally explained to the prince with convincing clearness that the master-builder's machine, though perhaps fitted for other purposes, would in the present case never effect what it was intended to do. In reply to the prince's inquiry whether he could indeed trust himself to specify a machine that would be more suitable for the purpose, namely to raise the heavy weights, the young man replied that all he required to construct such a machine was a single day, and the help of his comrade Engelbrecht, and a few skilful and willing labourers. It may be conceived with what malicious and mischievous inward joy, and with what impatience the master-builder, and all who were connected with him, looked forward to the morrow, when the forward stranger would be sent off home covered with shame and ridicule. But things turned out different from what these good-hearted people had expected, or indeed had wished. 3 capsterns, suitably situated and so arranged as to exert an effect one upon another, and each only manned by 8 labourers, elevated the heavy beams up to the giddy level of the roof with so much ease that they appeared to dance in the air. From this moment the brave, clever craftsman could date the foundation of his reputation in Bamberg. The prince urged him seriously to stay in that town and secure his mastership. Towards the attainment of this end he would lend him all the assistance he possibly could. Wacht, however, hesitated, notwithstanding that he was very well pleased with the pleasant and cheap town of Bamberg. The fact that several important buildings were just then in course of erection put a heavy weight into the scale for staying. But the final turn to the balance was given by a circumstance which is very often wont to decide matters in life, namely, Johannes Wacht found again, quite unexpectedly in Bamberg, the beautiful, virtuous maiden whom he had seen several years previously in Erlangen, and into whose friendly blue eyes he had then peeped a little too much. In a few words, Johannes Wacht became master, married the virtuous maiden of Erlangen, and soon contrived, through industry and skill, to purchase a pretty house on the Kaulberg, which had a large tract of garden ground stretching away back up the hill, and there he settled down for life. Note, Kaulberg, a long hilly street in Bamberg. Return to text. But upon whom does the friendly star of good fortune shine unchangeably with the same degree of splendour at all times? Providence had decreed that our honest Johannes should be submitted to a trial under which perhaps any other man, with less firmness of spirit, would have sunk. The first fruit of this very happy marriage was a son, an excellent youth, who appeared to be walking steadfastly in his father's footsteps. He was 18 years of age when, one night, a large fire broke out not far from Wacht's house. Father and son hurried to the spot, agreeably to their calling, to help in extinguishing the flames. Along with other carpenters, the son boldly clambered up to the roof in order to cut away its burning framework, as far as could be done. His father, who had remained below, as he always did, to direct the demolition of walls, etc., and to superintend the work of extinction, looked up, and seeing the imminent danger, shouted, "Johannes! Men! Come down! Come down!" Too late. With a fearful crash the wall fell in. The son lay struck to death in the flames, which leapt up crackling louder, as if in horrid triumph. But this terrible blow was not the only one which was to fall upon poor Johannes. An inconsiderate maid-servant burst with a frantic cry of distress into her mistress' room, who was only partly convalescent from a distracting nervous disorder, and was in great uneasiness and anxiety about the fire, the dark red reflection of which was flickering on the walls of her chamber. "Your son, your Johannes, is killed! The wall has buried him and his comrades in the middle of the flames!" screamed the girl. As though stung with sharp, sudden pain, her mistress raised herself up in the bed, but, breathing out a deep sigh, she sank back upon the cushions again. She was struck with paralysis of the nerves. She was dead. "Now let us see," said the citizens, "how Master Wacht will bear his great trouble. He has often enough preached to us that a man ought not to succumb to the greatest misfortune, but ought to bear his head erect and strive with the strength which the Creator has planted in every man's breast to withstand the misery that threatens him, so long as the contrary is not evidently decreed in the eternal councils. Let us see now what sort of an example he will give us." They were not a little astonished when, although the master himself was not seen in the workshop, yet his journeyman's activity continued without interruption, so that work never stood still for a single moment, but went on just as if the master had not experienced any trouble. With steadfast courage and firm step, and with his face shining with all the consolation and all the hope that sprang from his belief, the true religion rooted deep down in his breast, he had followed the corpses of his wife and son, and on the noon of the same day after the funeral, which had taken place in the morning, he said to Engelbrecht, "Engelbrecht, it is now necessary for me to be alone with my grief, which is almost breaking my heart, in order that I may become acquainted with it, and strengthen myself against it. You, brother, my honest, industrious foreman, will know what to do for a week. For that space I am going to shut myself up in my own chamber." And indeed, for a whole week Master Wacht never left his room. The maid frequently brought down his food again untouched, and they often heard in the passage his low, sad cry, cutting them to the quick, "Oh, my wife! Oh, my Johannes!" Many of Wacht's acquaintances were of opinion that he ought not by any means to be left in this solitary state. By brooding constantly over his grief, his mind might become unsettled. Engelbrecht, however, met them with the reply, "Let him alone. You don't know my Johannes. Since Providence, in its inscrutable purposes, has sent him this hard trial, it has also given him strength to overcome it, and all earthly consolation would only outrage his feelings. I know in what manner he is working his way out of his deep grief." These last words Engelbrecht uttered with a well-nigh cunning look upon his face. But he would not give any further information as to what he meant. Wacht's acquaintances had to content themselves and leave the unfortunate man in peace. A week was passed, and early the next morning, which was a bright summer morning, at 5 o'clock, Master Wacht came out unexpectedly into the workyard amongst his journeymen, who were all hard at work. Their axes and saws stopped, whilst they greeted him with a half-sorrowful cry, "Master Wacht, our good Master Wacht!" With a cheerful face, upon which the traces of the struggle against grief which he had gone through had deepened the expression of sterling good nature, and given it a most touching character, he stepped amongst his faithful workpeople, and told them how the goodness of heaven had sent down the spirit of mercy and consolation upon him, and that he was now filled with strength and courage to go on and discharge the duties of his calling. He betook himself to the building in the middle of the yard, which served for the storage of the tools at night, and for keeping the plans and memoranda of work, etc. Engelbrecht, the journeyman, the apprentices, followed him in a string. On entering, Johannes stood rooted to the spot. His poor boy's axe, which was identified by certain distinctive marks, had been found with half-charred handle under the ruins of the house that had been burnt down. His companions had fastened it high up on the wall directly opposite the door, and, in a rather rude attempt at art, had painted round it a wreath of roses and cypress branches, and underneath the wreath they had placed their beloved comrade's name, together with the year of his birth and the date of the ill-omened night when he had met such a violent death. Poor Hans. Note. Pet name for Johannes. Return to text. Poor Hans! Exclaimed Master Wacht on perceiving this touching monument of the true faithful spirits, whilst a flood of tears gushed from his eyes. Poor Hans! The last time you wielded that tool was for the welfare of your brothers. But now you are resting in your grave, and will never more stand by my side and use your earnest industry in helping to forward a good piece of work." Then Master Wacht went round the circle and gave each journeyman and each apprentice a good honest shake of the hand, saying, "Think of him." Then they all went back to their work, except Engelbrecht, whom Wacht bid stay with him. "See here, my old comrade," cried Wacht, "what extraordinary means the eternal power has chosen to help me to overcome my great trouble. During the days when I was almost heartbroken with grief for my wife and child, whom I have lost in such a terrible way, there came into my mind the idea of a highly artistic and complicated trussed girder, which I had been thinking about for a long time without ever being able to see my way to the thing clearly. Look here." Therewith Master Wacht unrolled the drawing at which he had worked during the past week, and Engelbrecht was greatly astonished at the boldness and originality of the invention, no less than at its exceptional neatness in the finished state. The mechanical part of the contrivance was so skilfully and cleverly arranged that even Engelbrecht, with all his great experience, could not comprehend it at once. But the greater, therefore, was his glad admiration when Master Wacht explained to him the whole construction down to the minutest details, and he had convinced himself that the putting of the plan into execution would not fail to be successful. At this time Wacht's household consisted of only 2 daughters, besides himself, but it was very soon to be increased. Albeit a clever and industrious workman, Master Engelbrecht had never been able to advance so far as that lowest grade of affluence which had been the reward of Wacht's very earliest undertakings. He had to contend with the worst enemy of life, against which no human power is of any avail. It not only threatened to destroy him, but really did destroy him, namely consumption. He died, leaving a wife and 2 boys almost in want. His wife went back to her own home, and Master Wacht would willingly have taken both boys into his own house, but this could only be arranged in the case of the elder, who was called Sebastian. He was a strong, intelligent lad, and, having an inclination to follow his father's trade, promised to make a good, clever carpenter. He had, however, a certain refractoriness of disposition, which at times seemed to border closely upon badness, as well as being somewhat rude in his manners, and even often wild and untamable. But these ill qualities Wacht hoped to conquer by wise training. The younger boy, Jonathan by name, was exactly the opposite of his elder brother. He was a very pretty little boy, but rather fragile, his blue eyes laughing with gentleness and kind-heartedness. This boy had been adopted during his father's lifetime by Herr Theophilus Eichheimer, a worthy doctor of law, as well as the first and oldest advocate in the place. Noticing the boy's remarkably good parts, as well as his most decided bent for knowledge, he had taken him to train him for a lawyer. And here one of those unconquerable prejudices of our Wacht came to light, which have been already spoken of above, namely, he was perfectly convinced in his own mind that everything understood under the name of law was nothing else but so many phrases, artificially hammered out and put together by lawyers, with the sole purpose of perplexing the true feeling of right, which had been planted in every virtuous man's breast. Since he could not exactly shut his eyes to the necessity for law courts, he discharged all his hatred upon the advocates, whom as a class he conceived to be, if not altogether miserable deceivers, yet at any rate such contemptible men that they practised usury in shameful fashion with all that was most holy and venerable in the world. It will be seen presently how Wacht, who in all other relations of life was an intelligent and clear-sighted man, resembled in this particular the coarsest-minded amongst the lowest of the people. The further prejudice, that he would not admit there was any piety or virtue amongst the adherents of the Roman Catholic Church, and that he trusted no Catholic, might perhaps be pardoned him, since he had imbibed the principles of a well-nigh fanatical Protestantism in Augsburg. It may be conceived, therefore, how it cut Master Wacht to the heart to see the son of his most faithful friend entering upon a career that he so bitterly detested. The will of the deceased, however, was in his eyes sacred, and it was, moreover, at any rate certain that Jonathan, with his weakly body, could not be trained up to any handicraft that made any very large demand upon physical strength. Besides, when old Herr Theophilus Eichheimer talked to the master about the divine gift of knowledge, at the same time praising little Jonathan as a good, intelligent boy, Wacht for the moment forgot the advocate and law and his own prejudice as well. He fastened all his hopes upon the belief that Jonathan, who bore his father's virtues in his heart, would give up his profession when he arrived at riper years, and was able to perceive all the disgrace that attached to it. Though Jonathan was a good, quiet boy, fond of studying indoors, Sebastian was all the oftener and all the deeper engaged in all kinds of wild, foolish pranks. But since in respect of his handiwork he followed in his father's footsteps, and no fault could ever be found with his industry or with the neatness of his work, Master Wacht ascribed his at times too outrageous tricks to the unrefined, untamed fire of youth, and he forgave the young fellow, observing that he would be sure to sow his wild oats when on his travels. These travels Sebastian soon set out upon, and Master Wacht heard nothing more from him until Sebastian, on attaining his majority, wrote from Vienna, begging for his little patrimonial inheritance, which Master Wacht sent to him, correct to the last farthing, receiving in return a receipt for it drawn up by one of the Vienna courts. Just the same sort of difference in character as distinguished the Engelbrechts was noticeable also between Wacht's two daughters, of whom the elder was called Gretel, and the younger Nanny. Note: Gretel and Gretelchen, little Gretel, are pet names for Margaret. Return to text. It may here be hastily remarked in passing that, according to the taste generally prevalent in Bamberg, the Christian name Nanny is the prettiest and finest a girl can well have. And so, kindly reader, if you ever ask a pretty child in Bamberg, "What is your name, my little angel?" the little thing will be sure to cast down her eyes in shy confusion, and tug at her black silk apron, and whisper, in friendly fashion, with a slight blush upon her cheeks, "Nanny, your honour." Gretel, Wacht's elder daughter, was a fat little thing, with red, rosy cheeks, and right friendly black eyes, with which she looked boldly into the face of the sunshine of life as it had dawned upon her, without blinking. In respect of her education and her character, she had not risen a hair's breadth above the sphere of the handicraftsman. She gossiped with her female relatives and friends, and liked dressing herself, though in gay colours and without taste. But her own peculiar element, wherein she lived and moved and had her being, was the kitchen. Nobody's hare ragout and cheese giblets, not even those of the most experienced cook far and near, ever turned out so tasty as hers. In the preparation of sauces she was a perfect adept. Vegetables, such as Savoy and cauliflower, were dressed by Gretel's cunning hand in a way that could not be beaten, since she knew in a moment, through a subtle, unfailing instinct, when there was too much or too little dripping, and her shortcakes put in the shade the most successful productions of the similar kind at the most sumptuous of church feasts. Father Wacht was very well satisfied with his daughter's cooking, and he once hazarded the opinion that the Prince Bishop could not have more delicious vermicelli noodles on his table. Note: noodles are long strips of rolled-out paste made up and cooked in various ways. Return to text. The Prince Bishop could not have more delicious vermicelli noodles on his table than those which Gretel made. This remark sank so deeply into the good girl's pleased heart that she was preparing to send a huge dish of said vermicelli noodles up to the Prince Bishop, and that too on a fast day. Fortunately, Master Wacht got scent of the plan in time, and amidst hearty laughter prevented the bold idea from being put into execution. Not only was stout little Gretel a clever housekeeper, a perfect cook, and at the same time a pattern of good nature and childish affection and fidelity, but, like a well-trained child, she also loved her father very tenderly. Now, characters of Wacht's class, in spite of their earnestness, often display a certain ironical waggishness, which comes into play on easy provocation, and lends an agreeable charm to life, just as the deep brook greets with its silver-curling waves the light breeze that skims its surface. It could not fail but that good Rettel's ways and doings frequently provoked this sly humour, and so the relations between Wacht and his daughter were invested with a curiously modified charm of colour. The indulgent reader will come across instances later on. For the present, it may suffice to mention one such here, which certainly deserves to be called entertaining. In Master Wacht's house there was a quiet, good-looking young man who held a post in the prince's exchequer office and drew a very good income. In straightforward German fashion he sued the father for the hand of his elder daughter, and Master Wacht, if he would not do an injustice to the young man, as well as to his Rettel, could not help but grant him permission to visit the house, that he might have opportunities to try and win the girl's affections. Rettel, informed of the man's purpose, received him with very friendly looks, in which might be read at times, "At your wedding, dear, I shall bake the cake myself." Master Wacht, however, was not altogether well pleased with his daughter's growing liking for the Herr Administrator of the prince's revenues, since the Herr Administrator himself didn't seem to him to be all that he should be. In the first place, the man was, as a matter of course, a Roman Catholic, and in the second place, Wacht thought he perceived in him, on nearer acquaintance, a certain sneaking dissimulation of manner which pointed to a mind ill at ease. He would willingly have got the undesirable suitor out of the house again, if he could have done so without hurting Rettel's feelings. Master Wacht observed him closely, and knew how to make shrewd and cunning use of his observations. He perceived that the Herr Administrator did not set much store by well-cooked dishes, but swallowed down everything in the same indiscriminate fashion, and that, moreover, in a disagreeably repulsive way. One Sunday, when the Herr Administrator was dining at Master Wacht's, as he usually did on that day, the latter began to heap up praises and commendations upon every dish which busy Rettel caused to be served up. And not only did he call upon the Herr Administrator to join him in his encomiums, but he also asked him pointedly what he thought of various ways of dressing dishes. The Herr Administrator replied somewhat dryly that he was a temperate and abstemious man, accustomed from his youth up to the greatest frugality. At noon, for dinner, he was satisfied with a spoonful or two of soup and a little piece of beef, but the latter must be cooked hard, since, so cooked, a smaller quantity sufficed to satisfy the hunger, and there was no need to overload the stomach with large pieces. For his evening meal he generally managed upon a saucer of good egg and butter, beaten up together, and a very small glass of liquor. Moreover, the only other refreshment he allowed himself was a glass of extra beer at 6 o'clock in the evening, taken, if possible, in the good fresh air. It may be imagined what looks Rettelchen fixed upon the unfortunate administrator, and yet the worst was still to come. Bavarian puffy noodles were next served, and they were swollen up to such a big size that they seemed to be the masterpiece of the table. The frugal Herr Administrator took his knife, and with the most cool-blooded indifference cut the noodle which was passed to him into many pieces. Rettel rushed out of the room with a loud cry of despair. I must inform the reader, who does not know the secret of eating Bavarian puffy noodles, that when eaten they must be cleverly pulled to pieces, since when cut they lose all taste, and bring disgrace upon the professional pride of the cook who made them. From that moment Rettel looked upon the frugal Herr Administrator as the most abominable man under the face of the sun. Master Wacht did not contradict her in any way, and so the reckless iconoclast in the province of cookery lost his bride for ever. Though the checkered figure of little Rettel has cost almost too many words, Yet a very few strokes will suffice to put clearly before my reader's eyes the face, figure, and character of pretty, graceful Nanny. It is only in South Germany, particularly in Franconia, and almost exclusively in the burgher classes, that you can meet with such elegant and delicate figures, such good and pleasing angelic little faces, where there is a sweet heavenly yearning in the blue eyes, and a divine smile upon the rosy lips, as Nanny's. From them we at once see that the old painters had not far to seek the originals of their Madonnas. Of exactly the same type in figure, face, and character was the Erlangen maiden, whom Master Wacht had married, and Nanny was a most faithful copy of her mother. With respect to her genuine tender womanliness, and with respect to that beneficial culture which is nothing but true tact under all conditions of life, her mother was the exact counterpart of what Master Wacht was with respect to his distinguishing qualities as a man. Perhaps the daughter was less serious and firm than her mother, but on the other hand she was the perfection of maidenly sweetness, and the only fault that could be found with her was that her womanly tenderness of feeling and a sensitiveness which, as a consequence of her weakened organization, was easily provoked to a tearful and unhealthy degree, made her too delicate and fragile for the realities of life. Master Wacht could not look at his dear child without emotion, and he loved her in a way that is seldom found in the case of strong characters like his. It is possible that he may have always spoiled her a little, and it will soon be shown in what way her tenderness so often received that special material and encouragement which made it often degenerate into sickly sentimentality. Nanny loved to dress with extreme simplicity, but in the finest stuffs and according to cuts which rose above the limits of her station in life. Wacht, however, let her do as she liked, since, when dressed according to her own taste, the dear child looked so very pretty and engaging. I must now hasten to destroy an idea which perhaps might arise in the mind of any reader who should happen to have been in Bamberg several years ago, and so would call to mind the hideous and tasteless head-dress with which at that time even the prettiest maidens were wont to disfigure their faces, the flat hood fitting close to the head and not allowing the smallest little lock of hair to be seen, a black and not over-broad ribbon crossing close over the forehead, and meeting behind, low down on the neck in an outrageously ugly bow. This ribbon afterwards continued to increase in width until it reached the preposterous breadth of nearly half an ell. Hence it had to be specially ordered in the manufactory, and strengthened inside with stiff cardboard, so that it projected above the head like a steeple hat. Just above the hollow of the neck they wore a bow, which, owing to its breadth, stuck out far beyond the shoulders, and resembled the outspread wings of an eagle, and along the temples and about the ears tiny curls crept out from beneath the hood. And, strange to say, many a fine Bamberg beauty looked quite charming in this head covering. It formed a very picturesque sight to stand behind a funeral procession and watch it set itself in motion. It is the custom in Bamberg for the burghers to be invited to attend the funeral procession of a deceased person by the so-called death woman, who, in a croaking voice and in the name of the deceased, screams out her invitation in the street in front of the house of the person she is inviting, as, for instance, "Herr so-and-so," or "Frau so-and-so beg you to pay them the last honours." The good gossips and the young maidens, who in general seldom get out into the open air, fail not to put in an appearance in great numbers. And when the troop of women sets itself in motion, and the wind catches the immense ends of the bows, it can be likened to nothing else but a huge flock of black ravens or eagles suddenly startled and just beginning their rustling flight. The indulgent reader is therefore requested not to picture pretty Nanny in any other headdress except a neat little Erlangen hood. However objectionable it was to Master Wacht that Jonathan was to belong to a class which he hated, he did not by any means make the boy, or later the youth, feel the consequences of his displeasure. Rather, he was always very pleased to see the good, quiet Jonathan look in after his day's work was done, to spend the evening with the daughters and old Barbara. But then Jonathan also wrote the finest hand that could be seen anywhere, and it afforded Master Wacht no little joy, for he was uncommonly fond of good handwriting, when his Nanny, whose writing master Jonathan had installed himself to be, began gradually, after a time, to write the same elegant hand as her master. In the evening, Master Wacht himself was either busy in his own workroom, or, as was often the case, he visited a beer-house, where he met with his fellow craftsmen and the gentlemen of the council, and in his way enlivened the company with his own rare wit. Meanwhile, in the house at home, Barbara busily kept her distaff on the whirl and whiz, whilst Gretel balanced the housekeeping accounts, or thought out the preparation of new and hitherto unheard-of dishes, or related again to the old woman, mingled with a good deal of loud laughter, what she had learned in confidence from her various gossips in the town. And the youth Jonathan? He sat at the table with Nanny, and she wrote and drew, of course under his guidance. And yet to sit writing and drawing the whole evening through is a downright tiring piece of business. Hence it was no unfrequent occurrence for Jonathan to draw some neatly bound book out of his pocket and read it to pretty sensitive Nanny, in a low, softly whispering tone. Through old Eichheimer's influence, Jonathan had won the patronage of the minor canon, who designated Master Wacht a real Verena. The canon, Count von Küsel, a man of genius, lived and revelled in Goethe's and Schiller's works, which were just at that time beginning to rise like bright streaming meteors, overtopping all others, above the horizon of the literary sky. He thought, and rightly, that he discerned a similar tendency in his attorney's young clerk, and took a special delight not only in lending him the works in question, but in reading them in common with him, and so helping him to thoroughly digest them. But Jonathan won his way to the Count's heart in an especial way, because he expressed a very favourable opinion of the verses which the Count patched together out of high-sounding phrases in the sweat of his own brow, and because he was, to the Count's unspeakable satisfaction, edified and touched by them to the proper pitch. Nevertheless, it is a fact that Jonathan's taste in aesthetic matters was really greatly improved by his intercourse with the intellectual, though somewhat euphuistic, Count. My kind reader now knows what class of books Jonathan used to take out of his pocket and read to pretty Nanny, and can form a just conception of the way in which this kind of writings would inevitably excite a girl mentally organized as Nanny was. O star of the gloaming eve! Would not Nanny's tears flow when her attractive writing-master began in this slow and solemn fashion? It is a fact of common experience that young people who are in the habit of singing tender love duets together very easily put themselves in the places of the fictitious characters of the song, and come to look upon the duets in question as giving both the melody and the text for the whole of life. So also the youth who reads a love romance to a maiden very readily becomes the hero of the story, whilst the girl dreams herself into the role of the heroine. In the case of such fitly adapted spirits as Jonathan and Nanny, such incitement as this even was not required to provoke them to love each other. They were one heart and one soul. The maiden and the youth were, so to speak, but one brightly burning flame of love, pure and inextinguishable. Of his daughter's tender passion, Father Wacht had not the slightest inkling, but he was soon to learn all. Through unwearied industry and genuine talent, Jonathan succeeded in a brief space of time in completing his legal studies and qualifying for admission to the grade of advocate. And as a matter of fact, his admission soon followed. He intended one Sunday to surprise Master Wacht with this glad news, which established him upon a secure footing for life. But imagine how he trembled with dismay when Wacht bent his eyes upon him, blazing with anger. He had never seen him look so passionately wrathful. "What?" cried Wacht, in a tone that made the walls ring again. "What? You miserable, good-for-nothing fellow! Nature has neglected your body, but richly endowed you with splendid intellectual gifts, and these you are intending to abuse in a shameless way, like a bad, crafty knave, and so putting your knife at your own mother's throat? You mean to say you are going to traffic in justice as in some cheap paltry ware in the public market, and weigh it out with false scales to the poor peasants and the oppressed burgher, who in vain utter their plaintive cries before the soft-cushioned seat of the inexorable judge, and going to get yourself paid with blood-stained pence, which the poor man hands you whilst bathed in tears? Will you fill your brains with lying laws of man's contriving, and practice knavish tricks and schemes, and make a lucrative business of it to fatten yourself upon? Is all your father's virtue, tell me, vanished from your heart? Your father, your name is Engelbrecht. No, when I hear you so called, I will not believe that it is the name of my comrade, who was a pattern of virtue and honesty. But I must believe that it is Satan, who, in the apish mockery of hell, is shouting the name across his grave, and so beguiling men to take the young lying lawyer's cub for the real son of that excellent carpenter, Gottfried Engelbrecht. Begone! You are no longer my foster son. You are a serpent, whom I will pluck from my bosom, whom I will disown. At this point Nanny rushed in and threw herself at Master Wacht's feet with a piercing, heart-rending cry of distress. "Father!" she cried, completely overcome by her incontrollable anguish and unbridled despair. "Father, if you disown him, you will disown me also. Me, your own favourite daughter. He is mine, my Jonathan. I can never part with him in this world." The poor child fell down in a swoon and struck her head against the closet door, so that the drops of blood trickled down her delicate white forehead. Barbara and Gretel ran in and carried the insensible girl to the sofa. Jonathan stood like a statue, as if thunderstruck, incapable of the slightest movement. It would be difficult to describe the inner emotions which revealed themselves on Wacht's countenance. His face, instead of being flushed with the redness of anger, was now pale as a corpse's. There only remained a dark fire gleaming in his fixed, set eyes. The cold perspiration of death appeared to be standing on his forehead. After gazing unchangeably before him for some minutes without speaking, he relieved his labouring breast by saying, in a significant tone, "So, that was it." Then he strode slowly towards the door, where he again stood still, and, turning half round towards the women, cried, "Don't spare eau de Cologne, and this foolery will soon be over." End of Part 1 of Master Johannes Wacht. End of Section 13 of Weird Tales, Volume 2. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 14 of Weird Tales, Volume 2, by E.T.A. Hoffmann, translated by John Thomas Beilby. This book is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Master Johannes Wacht, Part 2. Shortly afterwards the master was seen to leave the house at a quick pace and bend his steps towards the hills. It may be conceived in what great trouble and distress the family was plunged. Gretel and Barbara could not for the life of them imagine what terrible thing had happened, but when the master did not return to dinner, but stayed out till late at night, a thing he had never done before, they were greatly agitated with anxiety and fear. At length they heard him coming, heard him open the street door, bang it violently to, ascend the stairs with strong, firm footsteps, and lock himself in his own chamber. Poor Nanny soon recovered herself again, and wept quietly to herself, but Jonathan did not stop short of wild outbreaks of inconsolable despair, and several times spoke of shooting himself. It is a fortunate thing that pistols are articles which do not necessarily belong to the furniture of sentimental young lawyers, or at least, if they are to be found amongst their effects, they generally have no lock or else won't go off. After he had run through certain streets like a madman, Jonathan's course led him instinctively to his noble patron, to whom he lamented all his unheard-of misery and outbreaks of the most violent passion. It need hardly be added, it is so self-evident a thing, that the young love-smitten advocate was, according to his own desperate assertions, the first and only individual in all the wide world whom such a terrible fate had befallen. Wherefore he reproached destiny and all the powers of enmity as having conspired together against him. The canon listened to him calmly and with a certain share of interest, but nevertheless he did not appear to appreciate the full extent of the trouble which the young lawyer imagined he felt. "My dear young friend," said the canon, taking the advocate by the hand in a friendly way, and leading him to a seat, "my dear young friend, hitherto I have looked upon our carpenter, Herr Johannes Wacht, as a great man in his way, but I now perceive that he is also a very great fool. Great fools are like jibbing horses. It's hard to make them move, but once they have got to move, they trot merrily along the way they are wanted to go. In spite of the old man's senseless anger, you ought not by any means to give up your beautiful Nanny in consequence of the unpleasant scene of today. But before proceeding to talk further about your love affair, which is indeed very charming and romantic, let us turn to and discuss a little breakfast. It was noon when you went to old Wacht, and I don't dine until 4 o'clock in Seehof." Note, Seehof, or Marquardsburg, situated in the northeast of Bamberg, was formerly a bishop's castle, and was rebuilt by Marquard Sebastian Schenk of Stauffenberg in 1688. Return to text. A very appetizing breakfast indeed was served up on the little table at which they both sat, the canon and the advocate, Bayonne hams, garnished round about with slices of Portuguese onions, a cold larded partridge of the red kind, and a foreigner to boot, truffles cooked in red wine, a dish of Strasbourg pâté de foie gras, finally a plate of genuine stracchino, and another with butter, as yellow and shining as lilies of the valley. The indulgent reader who loves such dainty butter and ever goes to Bamberg will be pleased at getting there the finest and best, but will also at the same time be annoyed when he learns that the inhabitants, from mistaken notions of housekeeping, melt it down to a grease, which generally tastes rancid and spoils all the food. Besides, good dry champagne was sending up its pearly sparkles in a beautifully cut crystal decanter. The canon had not unloosed the napkin from his neck, but had let it stay where it was when he had received the young lawyer, and after the footman had quickly supplied a second cover, he proceeded to place the choicest morsels before the despairing lover, and to pour out wine for him, and then he set to work heartily himself. Someone once had the hardihood to maintain that the stomach is equivalent to all the other physical and intellectual parts of man put together. That is a profane and abominable doctrine, but this much is certain, that the stomach is, like a despotic tyrant or ironical mystifier, and often carries through its own will. And this was the case in the present instance, for instinctively, without being clearly conscious of what he was about, the young lawyer had in a few minutes devoured a huge piece of Bayonne ham, created terrible devastation amongst the Portuguese garniture, put out of sight half a partridge, no inconsiderable quantity of truffles, and also more Strasbourg pâtés than was exactly becoming in a young advocate full of trouble. Moreover, they both relished the champagne so much that the footman soon had to fill up the crystal decanter a second time. The advocate felt a pleasant and beneficial degree of warmth penetrate his vitals, and all he experienced of his trouble was a singular sort of shiver, which exactly resembled electric shocks, causing pain, but doing good. He proved himself susceptible to the consolations of his patron, who, after comfortably sipping up his last glass of wine and elegantly wiping his mouth, settled himself into position and began as follows. "In the first place, my dear good friend, you must not be so foolish as to imagine that you are the only man on earth to whom a father has refused the hand of his daughter. But that's nothing to do with the present case. As I have already told you, the old fool's reason for hating you is so preposterously absurd that it cannot last long, and whether it appear to you at this moment nonsensical or not, I can hardly bear the thought of all ending in a tame commonplace wedding, so that the whole thing may be summed up in the few words, Peter has wooed Grete, and Peter and Grete are man and wife. The situation is, however, so far new and grand, in that it is merely hatred against a class to which the beloved foster son belongs that can furnish the sole lever for setting a new and special tragic development in motion. But to the real matter at issue. You are a poet, my friend, and that alters everything. Your love, your trouble, ought to appear in your eyes as something magnificent, in the full splendors of the sacred art of poesy. You will hear the strains of the lyre struck by the muse who is nearest akin to you, and in the divine gush of inspiration you will receive the winged words in which to express your love and your unhappiness. As a poet, you might be called at this moment the happiest man on the earth, since, your heart having been really wounded as deep as it can be wounded, your heart's blood is now gushing out. You require, therefore, no artificial incitement to allure you to a poetic mood, and mark my words, this period of trouble will enable you to produce something great and admirable. I must draw your attention to the fact that in these first moments of your unhappiness there will be mingled with it a peculiar and very unpleasant feeling which cannot be woven into any poetry, but it is a feeling which soon vanishes away. Let me make you understand. For example, after the unfortunate lover has had a good sound drubbing from the enraged father, and has been kicked out of the house, and the outraged mamma has locked the young lady in her chamber, and repelled the attempted storming on the part of the desperate lover by the armed domestics of the house, and when plebeian fists have even entertained no shyness of the very finest cloth, here the canon sighed somewhat, then this fermented prose of miserable vulgarity must evaporate, in order that the pure poetic unhappiness of love may settle as sediment. You have been fearfully scolded, my dear young friend. This was the bitter prose that had to be surmounted. You have surmounted it, and so now give yourself up entirely to poetry. Here are Petrarch's sonnets and Ovid's elegies. Take them, read them. Write yourself, and come and read to me what you have written. Perhaps, in the meantime, I also may experience a disappointment in love, of which I am not altogether deprived of hopes, since I shall, in all likelihood, fall in love with a stranger lady who has stopped at the White Lamb in the Steinweg, and whom Count Messelstadt maintains to be a paragon of beauty and grace, albeit he has only caught a fugitive glimpse of her at the window. Then, my friend, like the Dioscuri, we will travel the same bright path of poetry and disappointed love. And note, my good fellow, what a great advantage my station in life gives me. For every affection which I conceive, being a longing and hoping which can never be gratified, rises to tragic intensity. But now, my friend, out, away into the woods, as you ought to. It would doubtless be very wearisome to my kind reader, if not unbearable, were I to describe here at length, in detail, and with all sorts of over-choice and exquisite words and phrases, all that Jonathan and Nanny did in their trouble. Such things may be found in any indifferent romance, and it is often amusing enough to see into what postures the struggling author throws himself, merely in order to appear original. On the other hand, it seems to be of great importance to follow Master Wacht on his walks, or rather in his mental journeyings. It must appear very remarkable that a man of such strong self-reliant spirit as Master Wacht, who had borne with unshaken courage and unbending steadfastness the most terrible misfortunes that had befallen him, and that would have crushed many less stout-hearted spirits, could be thus put beside himself with passion at an occurrence which any other father of a family would have regarded as an ordinary event, and one easy to remedy, and would in fact have set about remedying it in some way or other, good or bad. Of course, the indulgent reader is well aware that this behaviour of Wacht's must be traced to some good psychological reason. The thought that poor Nanny's love for innocent Jonathan was a misfortune which would exercise a pernicious influence upon the whole course of his subsequent life was only due to the perverse discord of Wacht's soul. But the very fact that this discord was able to go on making itself heard in the otherwise harmonical character of this thoroughly noble man embraced the impossibility of smothering it or reducing it completely to silence. Wacht had made his acquaintance with the feminine character in one who possessed it in a simple, but also at the same time grand and noble form. His own wife had enabled him to see into the depths of the real woman's nature, as in a bright mirror-like lake. He saw in her the true heroine who fought with weapons that were constantly unconquerable. His orphan wife had forfeited the inheritance of an immensely rich aunt, she had forfeited the love of all her relatives, and she had opposed with unshaken courage the persistent efforts of the Church, which embittered her life with many a hard trial, when, though herself trained up in the Catholic religion, she had married the Protestant Wacht, and shortly before had gone over to his faith in Augsburg, impelled thereto by the pure enthusiasm of conviction. All this now passed through Master Wacht's mind, and as he thought upon the sentiments he had felt when he led the maiden to the altar, the warm tears ran down his cheeks. Nanny was her mother over again. Wacht loved the child with an intensity of affection that was quite unparalleled, and this fact was of itself more than enough to make him reject as abominable, nay, as fiendishly cruel, any attempt to separate the lovers that appeared in the remotest degree to savour of violence. When, on the other hand, he reflected upon the whole course of Jonathan's previous life, he was obliged to admit that all the virtues of a good, industrious, and modest youth could not easily be so happily united in another as they were in Jonathan, albeit his handsome, expressive face bore the impress of traits which were perhaps a little too soft and almost effeminate, and his diminutive and weak but elegant bodily frame bespoke a tender intellectual spirit. When he reflected further that the two children had always been together, and how evident had been their mutual liking for each other, he was really puzzled to understand how it was that he had not expected beforehand what had now really happened, and so could have taken precautions in time. Now it was too late. He was urged on through the hills by a mood of mind which set his whole being in a turmoil of distraction. Such a state as this he had hitherto never experienced, and he was inclined to take it for a seduction of Satan, since several thoughts arose in his mind which in the very next minute he could not help regarding as diabolical. He could not recover his self-composure, still less form any decisive plan of action. The sun was beginning to set when he reached the village of Buch. Note, Buch, or Bug, as it is generally spelled, a pleasure resort on the Regnitz, about half an hour distant from Bamberg. Hoffmann was in the habit of visiting it almost daily when he lived at Bamberg. Return to text. Turning into the hotel, he ordered something good to eat and a bottle of excellent beer from the Rock. Note, in the days before ice was preserved on such an extensive scale by the German brewers as it is at the present time, beer was kept in excavations in rock wherever a suitable place could be found. This made it deliciously cool and fresh. Return to text. "Ah, a very fine evening. Ah, what a remarkable occurrence to see our good Master Wacht here in beautiful Buch on this glorious Sunday evening. To tell you the truth, I can hardly believe my eyes. Your respected family is, I presume, somewhere else in the country?" Thus was Master Wacht addressed by someone with a shrill, squeaking voice. The man who thus interrupted his meditations was no less a personage than Herr Picard Leberfink, a decorator and gilder by trade, and one of the drollest men in the world. Leberfink's exterior struck everybody's eye as something eccentric and extraordinary. He was of small size, thick and stumpy, with a body too long and with short bowed legs. His face was not at all ugly, but good-natured, with round red little cheeks and small grey eyes that were by no means wanting in vivacity. Pursuant to an old obsolete French fashion, he was elaborately curled and powdered every day, but it was on Sundays that his costume was especially striking. For then he wore, to take one example, a striped silk coat of lilac and canary yellow colour, with immense silver-plated buttons, a waistcoat embroidered in gay tints, satin hose of a brilliant green, white and light blue silk stockings, delicately striped, and shining black polished shoes, upon which glittered large buckles set with precious stones. If to this we add that his gait was the elegant gait of a dancing-master, that he had a certain cat-like suppleness of body, and that his little legs had a strange knack of knocking the heels together on fitting occasions, for instance when leaping across a gutter, it could not fail but that the little decorator got himself singled out everywhere as an extraordinary creature. With other aspects of his character my kindly reader will make an acquaintance presently. Master Wacht was not altogether displeased at having his painful meditations interrupted in this way. Herr, or better, Monsieur Picard Leberfink, decorator and gilder, was a great fop, but at the same time the most honest and faithful soul in the world. He was a very liberal-minded man, was generous to the poor, and always ready to serve his friends. He only practised his calling now and again, merely out of love for it, since he had no need of business. He was rich. His father had left him some landed property, having a magnificent rock cellar, which was only separated from Master Wacht's premises by a large garden. Master Wacht was fond of the droll little Leberfink, on account of his downright genuineness, and also because he was a member of the small Protestant community which was permitted to exercise the rites of its faith in Bamberg. With conspicuous alacrity and willingness, Leberfink accepted Wacht's invitation to join him at his table and drink another bottle of beer from the rock along with him. He began the conversation by saying that for a long time he had been wanting to call upon Master Wacht at his own house, since he had two things he wished to talk to him about, one of which was almost making his heart burst. Wacht made answer he thought Leberfink knew him, and must be aware that anybody who had anything to say to him, no matter what it was, might speak out his thoughts frankly. Leberfink now imparted to the master in confidence that the wine-dealer who owned the beautiful garden, with the massive pavilion which lay between their two properties, had privately offered to sell it to him. He thought he recollected having heard Wacht once express a wish how very much he would like to own this garden. If now the opportunity was come to satisfy this wish, he, Leberfink, offered his services as negotiator, and expressed his willingness to settle everything for him. It was a fact that Master Wacht had for some time entertained a desire to enlarge his property by the addition of a good garden, and especially so since Nanny was always longing for the beautiful shrubs and trees which gave out such a luxurious abundance of sweet scents in this very garden. Moreover, it seemed to him now as if fortune were graciously smiling upon him, and just at the time when poor Nanny had experienced such bitter trouble, an opportunity for affording her pleasure should present itself so unexpectedly. The master at once settled all the needful particulars with the obliging decorator, who promised that on the following Sunday Wacht should be able to stroll through the garden as its owner. "Come now," cried Master Wacht, "come now, friend Leberfink, out with it. What is it that is making your heart burst?" Then Herr Picard Leberfink fell to sighing in the most pitiable manner, and he pulled the most extraordinary faces, and ran on with such a string of gibberish that nobody could make either head or tail of it. Master Wacht, however, knew what to make of it, for he shook his head, saying, that may be contrived," and he smiled to himself at the wonderful sympathy of their related spirits. This meeting with Leberfink had certainly done Master Wacht good. He believed he had conceived a plan by virtue of which he should manage not only to stand against, but even to overcome the severest and most terrible misfortune which, according to his infatuated way of thinking, had come upon him. The only thing that can declare the verdict of the tribunal within him is the course of action he adopted. And perhaps, kindly reader, this tribunal faltered for the first time. Here is the place to offer a brief remark, which perhaps would not very well lend itself for insertion later. As so frequently happens in such cases, old Barbara had interfered in the matter, and been very urgent in her accusations of the loving pair to Master Wacht, making it a special charge against them that they had always read worldly books together. The master caused her to bring 2 or 3 of the books which Nanny had. One was a work of Goethe's. Unfortunately, it is not known which work it was. After turning over the leaves, he gave it back to Barbara, that she might restore it to the place whence she had secretly taken it. Not a single word about Nanny's reading ever escaped him. Once only, when some seasonable occasion presented at dinner, he did say, "There is a remarkable mind rising up amongst us Germans. God grant him success. My days are over. Such things are not for my age, nor yet for my calling. But you, Jonathan, I envy you many things that will come to light in the days to come." Jonathan understood Wacht's oracular words the more easily, since some days previously he had discovered by chance Goetz von Berlichingen lying on the master's work-table, half covered by other papers. Wacht's great mind, whilst acknowledging the uncommon genius of the new writer, had also perceived the impossibility of beginning a new flight himself. Next day poor Nanny hung her head like a sick dove. "What's the matter with my dear child?" asked Master Wacht, in the tender, sympathetic tone that was so peculiarly his own, and with which he knew how to stir everybody's heart. "What's the matter with my dear child? Are you ill? I can't believe it. You don't get out into the fresh air sufficiently. See here now. I have a long time been wishing you would for once in a way bring me my tea out to the workshop. Do so to-day. We may expect a most beautiful evening. You will come, won't you, Nanny, my darling? You will butter me some rolls yourself. That will make them ever so good." Therewith Master Wacht took the dear girl in his arms and stroked her brown curls back from her forehead, and he kissed her and pressed her to his heart, and tenderly caressed her, treating her, in fact, in the most affectionate way that he knew how, and he was well aware of the irresistible charm of his manner at such times. A flood of tears gushed from Nanny's eyes, and with some difficulty all she could get out was, "Father, father." "Well, well," said Wacht, and a strain of embarrassment might have been detected in his voice. "All may yet turn out well." A week passed. Naturally enough, Jonathan had not shown himself, and the master had not mentioned him with a single syllable. On Sunday, when the soup was standing smoking on the table and the family were about to take their seats for dinner, Master Wacht asked gaily, "And where is our Jonathan?" Gretel, with a view to sparing poor Nanny, replied in an undertone, "Father, don't you know then what's taken place? Wouldn't Jonathan, of course, be shy of showing himself here in your presence?" "Oh, the monkey!" said Wacht, laughing. "Let Christian run over at once and fetch him." It need hardly be said that the young advocate failed not to put in an appearance immediately, nor that during the first moments after his arrival a dark, oppressive thundercloud, as it were, hovered over them all. At length, however, Master Wacht's unconstrained good spirits, seconded by Leberfink's droll sallies, succeeded in calling forth a tone of conversation which, if it could not be called exactly merry, yet managed to maintain the balance of concord pretty evenly. After dinner, Master Wacht said, "Let us get a little fresh air and stroll out to my work-yard." And they did so. Monsieur Picard Leberfink deliberately kept close to Rettelchen's side, who was a pattern of friendliness towards him, since the polite decorator had exhausted himself in praising her dishes, and had confessed that never, so long as he had lived, not even when dining with the ecclesiastics in Banz, had he enjoyed a more delicious meal. As Master Wacht now hurried on at a quick pace right across the middle of the work-yard, with a large bundle of keys in his hand, the young lawyer was unintentionally brought close to Nanny. but all that the lovers ventured upon were stolen sighs and low, soft-breathed love-plaints. Master Wacht came to a halt in front of a fine, newly-made door which had been constructed in the wall parting his work-yard from the merchant's garden. He unlocked the door and stepped in, inviting his family to follow him. They, none of them, knew exactly what to make of the old gentleman, except Herr Picard Leberfink, who never laid aside his sly smile, or ceased his soft giggle. In the midst of the beautiful garden there was a very spacious pavilion. This, too, Master Wacht opened, and, stepping in, remained standing in its centre. From every one of its windows one obtained a different romantic view. "Yes," said Master Wacht, in a voice that bore witness to a heart well pleased with itself, "here I am in my own property. This beautiful garden is mine. I was obliged to buy it, not so much to augment my own place or increase the value of my property, no, but because I knew that a certain darling little thing longed so for these shrubs and trees, and for these beautiful sweet-smelling flower-beds." Then Nanny threw herself upon the old gentleman's breast, and cried, "Oh, father, father, you will break my heart with your kindness, with your goodness. Do have pity." "There, there, say no more," Master Wacht interrupted his suffering child. "Be a good girl, and all may be brought right in some marvellous way. You can find a great deal of comfort in this little paradise." "Oh, yes, yes, yes," exclaimed Nanny in a burst of enthusiasm. "Oh, ye trees, ye shrubs, ye flowers, ye distant hills, you beautiful, fleeting evening clouds. My spirit lives wholly in you all. I shall come to myself again when your sweet voices comfort me." Therewith Nanny ran out of the open door of the pavilion into the garden like a startled young roe, and Jonathan, the lawyer, delayed not to follow her at his fastest speed, for no power could then have been able to keep him back. Monsieur Picard Leberfink requested permission to show Rettelchen round the new property. Meanwhile old Wacht had beer and tobacco brought to a spot under the trees, close at the brow of the hill, whence he could look down into the valley, and there he sat in a right glad and comfortable humour, puffing the blue clouds of genuine Holland into the air. No doubt my kindly reader is wondering greatly at this frame of mind in Master Wacht, and is at a loss to explain to himself how a mood like this was at all possible to a temperament like Wacht's. He had arrived not so much at any determined plan as at the conviction that the eternal power could not possibly let him live to experience such a very terrible misfortune as that of seeing his favourite child united to a lawyer, that is, to Satan himself. "Something will happen," he said to himself, "something must happen, by which either this unhappy affair will be broken off, or Jonathan snatched from the pit of destruction. It would be rash temerity, nay, perhaps a ruinous piece of mischief, producing the exact contrary of what was wished, if with my feeble hand I were to attempt to control the flywheel of destiny. It is hard to credit what miserable, nay, often what absurd reasons a man will hunt up in order to represent the approaching misfortune as avertible. So there were moments in which Wacht built his hopes upon the arrival of wild Sebastian, whom he pictured to himself as a stalwart young fellow in the full flush and pride of youth, just on the point of attaining to manhood, and that he would bring about a change of direction in the drifting of circumstances, and make things different from what they then were. The very common, and alas, often too true idea came into his head that woman is too greatly impressed by strong and striking manliness not to be conquered by it at last. When the sun began to go down, Monsieur Picard Leberfink invited the family to go into his garden, which adjoined their own, and take a little refreshment. Beside Wacht's new possession, the noble decorator and gilder's garden formed a most ridiculous and extraordinary contrast. Whilst almost too small in size, so that the only thing it could perhaps boast in its favour was the good height at which it was situated, it was laid out in Dutch style, the trees and hedges clipped with the shears in the most scrupulous and pedantic fashion. The slender stems of the fruit trees, standing in the flower beds, looked very pretty in their coats of light blue and rose tints and pale yellow and other colours. Leberfink had varnished them, and so beautified nature. Moreover, they saw in the trees the apples of the Hesperides. But yet further surprises were in store. Leberfink bade the girls pluck themselves a nosegay each. But on gathering the flowers, they perceived, to their amazement, that both stalks and leaves were gilded. It was also very remarkable that all the leaves which Gretel took into her hands were shaped like hearts. The refreshment upon which Leberfink regaled his guests consisted of the choicest confectionery, the finest sweetmeats, and old Rhine wine and muscatel. Gretel was quite beside herself over the confectionery, observing with special emphasis that such sweetmeats, which were for the most part splendidly silvered and gilded, were not, she knew, made in Bamberg. Then Monsieur Picard Leberfink assured her privately, with a most amorous smirk, that he himself knew a little about baking cakes and sweets, and that he was the happy maker of all these delicious dainties. Gretel almost fell upon her knees before him in reverence and astonishment, and yet the greatest surprise was still in store for her. In the deepening dusk, Monsieur Picard Leberfink very cleverly contrived to entice little Gretel into a small arbour. No sooner was he alone with her than he recklessly plumped himself down upon both knees in the wet grass, notwithstanding that he was wearing his brilliant green satin hose, and, amidst many strange and unintelligible sounds of distress, not very dissimilar to the midnight elegies of the tomcat Hinze. Note: Hinze is Tieck's Gestiefelte Kater, Puss in Boots. The reference is perhaps to Act 2, Scene 2, where Hinze goes out to catch rabbits, etc., and hears the nightingale singing, the humour of the scene lying in the quick alternation of the human poetic sentiments and the native instincts of the cat. Return to text. He presented her with an immense nosegay of flowers, in the middle of which was the finest full-blown rose that could be found anywhere. Gretel did what everybody does who has a nosegay given to him. She raised it to her nose. But in the self-same moment she felt a sharp prick. In her alarm she was about to throw the nosegay away, but see, what charming wonder had revealed itself in the meantime. A beautifully varnished little Cupid had leapt up out of the heart of the rose, and was holding out the burning heart with both hands towards Gretel. From his mouth depended a small strip of paper, on which were written the words, "Voilà le cœur de Monsieur Picard Leberfink que je vous offre." Here I offer you the heart of Monsieur Picard Leberfink. "Good gracious!" exclaimed Gretel, very much alarmed. "Good gracious! What are you doing, my good Herr Leberfink? Don't kneel down in front of me as if I were a princess. You will make marks on your beautiful satin in the wet grass, and you will catch cold yourself. But elder tea and white sugar candy are good remedies." "No!" exclaimed the desperate lover. "No! Oh, Margaret, Picard Leberfink, who loves you with all his heart, will not rise from the wet grass until you promise to be his." "You want to marry me?" asked Gretel. "Well, then, up you get at once. Speak to my father, darling Leberfink, and drink 1 or 2 cups of elder tea this evening." End of Part 2 of Master Johannes Wacht. End of Section 14 of Weird Tales, Volume 2. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 15 of Weird Tales, Volume 2 by E.T.A. Hoffmann. Translated by John Thomas Beilby. This book is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Master Johannes Wacht, Part 3. Why should the reader be longer wearied with Leberfink's and Gretel's folly? They were made for each other, and were betrothed, at which Father Wacht was right glad in his own teasing, humorous way. A certain degree of life was introduced into Wacht's house by Gretel's betrothal, and even the disconsolate lovers had more freedom, since they were less observed. But something of a quite special character was to happen to put an abrupt end to this quiet and comfortable condition in which they were all living. The young lawyer seemed particularly preoccupied, and his thoughts busy with some affair or another that absorbed all his energies. His visits at Wacht's house even began to be less frequent, and he often stayed away in the evening, a thing he had never been wont to do previously. "What can be the matter with our Jonathan? He is completely preoccupied. He's quite another fellow from what he used to be," said Master Wacht, although he knew very well what was the cause, or rather the event, which was exercising such a visible influence upon the young lawyer, at least to all outward appearance. To tell the truth, he looked upon this event as the dispensation of Providence, through which he should perhaps escape the great misfortune by which he believed himself threatened, and which he felt would completely upset all the happiness of his life. Some few months previously, a young and unknown lady had arrived in Bamberg, and under circumstances which could only be called singular and mysterious. She was staying at the White Lamb. All the servants she had with her were an old grey-haired manservant and an old lady's maid. Very various were the opinions current about her. Many maintained she was a distinguished and immensely rich Hungarian countess, who, owing to matrimonial dissensions, was compelled to take up her residence in solitary retirement in Bamberg for a time. Others, on the contrary, set her down as an ordinary forsaken Dido, and yet others as an itinerant singer, who would soon throw off her veil of nobility and announce herself as about to give a concert. Possibly she had no recommendations to the Prince Bishop. At any rate, the majority were unanimous in making up their minds to regard the stranger, who, according to the statements of the few persons who had seen her, was of exceptional beauty, as an extremely ambiguous person. It had been noticed that the stranger lady's old manservant had followed the young lawyer about a long time, until one day he caught him at the spring in the market-place, which is ornamented with an image of Neptune, whom the honest folk of Bamberg are generally in the habit of calling the Fork Man. And there the old man stood talking to Jonathan a long, long time. Spirits alive to all that goes forward, who can never meet anybody without asking eagerly, "Wherever has he been? Wherever is he going? Whatever is he doing?" and so on, had made out that the young advocate very often visited the beautiful unknown, in fact almost every day, and at night-time, when he spent several hours with her. It was soon the talk of the town that the lawyer Jonathan Engelbrecht had got entangled in the dangerous toils of the young unknown adventuress. It would have been, both then and always, entirely contrary to Master Wacht's character to make use of this apparent erring conduct of the young advocate as a weapon against poor Nanny. He left it to Dame Barbara and her whole following of gossips to keep Nanny informed of all particulars. From them she would learn every item of intelligence, and that he made no doubt with a due amplification of all the details. The crisis of the whole affair was reached when one day the young lawyer suddenly set off on a journey along with the lady, nobody knew whither. "That's the way frivolity goes on. The forward young gentleman will lose his business," said the knowing ones. But this was not the case, for, not a little to the astonishment of the public, old Eichheimer himself attended to his foster son's business with the most painstaking care. He seemed to be initiated into the secret about the lady, and to approve of all the steps taken by his foster son. Master Wacht never spoke a word about the matter, and once when poor Nanny could no longer hide her trouble, but moaned in a low tone, her voice half choked with tears, "Why hath Jonathan left us?" Master Wacht replied in an off-handed way, "Aye, that's just what lawyers do. Who knows what sort of an intrigue Jonathan has got entangled in with the stranger, thinking it will bring him money and be to his advantage." Then, however, Herr Picard Leberfink was wont to take Jonathan's side, and to assert that he, for his part, was convinced the stranger could be nothing less than a princess, who had had recourse to the already world-renowned young advocate in an extremely delicate lawsuit, And therewith he also unearthed so many stories about lawyers who, through special sagacity and especial penetration and skill, had unravelled the most complicated difficulties, and brought to light the most closely hidden things, till Master Wacht begged him for goodness' sake to hold his tongue, since he was feeling quite ill and sick. Nanny, on the contrary, derived inward comfort from all Laberfink's remarkable stories, and she plucked up her hopes again. With her trouble, however, there was united a perceptible mixture of annoyance and anger, and, particularly at the moments when it seemed to her utterly impossible that Jonathan could have been untrue to her. From this it might be inferred that Jonathan had not sought to exculpate himself, but had obstinately maintained silence about his adventure. After some months had elapsed, the young lawyer came back to Bamberg in the highest good spirits, and Master Wacht, on seeing the bright-clad light in Nanny's eyes when she looked at him, could not well do otherwise than conclude that Jonathan had fully justified his conduct to her. Doubtless it would not be disagreeable to the indulgent reader to have the history of what had taken place between the stranger lady and the young lawyer inserted here as an episodical novella. Count Z., a Hungarian, owner of more than 1 million, married from pure affection a miserably poor girl, who drew down upon her head the hatred of his family, not only because her own family was enshrouded in complete obscurity, but also because the only valuable treasures she possessed were her divine virtue, beauty, and grace. The Count promised his wife that at his death he would settle all his property upon her by will. Once, when he returned to Vienna into the arms of his wife, after having been summoned from Paris to St. Petersburg on diplomatic business, he related to her that he had been attacked by a severe illness in a little town, the name of which he had quite forgotten. There he had seized the opportunity, whilst recovering from his illness, to draw up a will in her favour and deposit it with the court. Some miles farther on the road, he must have been seized with a new and doubly virulent attack of his grave nervous complaint, so that the name of the place where he had made his will, and that of the court where he had deposited it, had completely slipped his memory. Moreover, he had lost the document of receipt from the court, acknowledging the deposition of the testament. As so often happens in similar cases, the Count postponed the making of a new will from day to day, until he was overtaken by death. Then his relatives did not neglect to lay claim to all the property he left behind him, so that the poor Countess saw her too rich inheritance melted down to the insignificant sum represented by certain valuable presents she had received from the Count, and which his relatives could not deprive her of. Many different notifications bearing upon the features of the case were found amongst the Count's papers, but since such statements that a will was in existence could not take the place of the will itself, they proved not to be of the slightest advantage to the Countess. She had consulted many learned lawyers about her unfortunate situation, and had finally come to Bamberg to have recourse to old Eichheimer. But he had directed her to young Engelbrecht, who, being less busy and equipped with excellent intellectual acuteness and great love for his profession, would perhaps be able to get a clue to the unfortunate will, or furnish some other circumstantial proof of its actual existence. The young advocate set to work by requesting permission of the competent authorities to submit the Count's papers in the castle to another searching investigation. He himself went thither, along with the Countess, and in the presence of the officials of the court he found in a cupboard of nut wood that had hitherto escaped observation an old portfolio, in which, though they did not find the Count's document of receipt relating to the deposition of the will, they yet discovered a paper which could not fail to be of the utmost importance for the young advocate's purpose, for this paper contained an accurate description of all the circumstances, even the minutest details, under which the Count had made a will in favour of his wife and deposited it in the keeping of a court. The Count's diplomatic journey from Paris to Petersburg had brought him to Königsberg in Prussia. Here he chanced to come across some East Prussian noblemen whom he had previously met with whilst on a visit to Italy. In spite of the express rate at which the Count was travelling, he nevertheless suffered himself to be persuaded to make a short excursion into East Prussia, particularly as the big hunts had begun, and the Count was a passionate sportsman. He named the towns Wielau, Allenburg, Friedland, etc., as places where he had been. Then he set out to go straight forwards directly to the Russian frontier, without returning to Königsberg. In a little town whose wretched appearance the Count could hardly find words to describe, he was suddenly prostrated by a nervous disorder, which for several days quite deprived him of consciousness. Fortunately, there was a young and right clever doctor in the place, who opposed a stout resistance to the disease, so that the Count not only recovered consciousness, but also his health, so far that, after a few days, he was in a position to continue his journey. But his heart was oppressed with the fear that a second attack on the road might kill him, and so plunge his wife in a condition of the most straitened poverty. Not a little to his astonishment, he learned from the doctor that the place, in spite of its small size and wretched appearance, was the seat of a Prussian provincial court, and that he could there have his will registered with all due formality, as soon as he could succeed in establishing his identity. This, however, was a most formidable difficulty, for who knew the Count in this district? But wonderful are the doings of accident. Just as the Count got out of his carriage in front of the inn of the little town, there stood in the doorway a grey-haired old invalid, almost 80 years old, who dwelt in the neighbouring village and earned a living by plaiting willow baskets, and who only seldom came into the town. In his youth he had served in the Austrian army, and for 15 successive years had been groom to the Count's father. At the first glance he remembered his master's son, and he and his wife acted as fully legitimated vouchers of the Count's identity, and not to their detriment, as may well be conceived. The young advocate at once saw that all depended upon the locality and its exact correspondence with the Count's statements, if he wanted to glean further details and find a clue to the place where the Count had been ill and made his testament. He set off with the Countess for East Prussia. There, by examination of the post-books, he was desirous of making out, if possible, the route of travel pursued by the Count. But after a good deal of wasted effort, he only managed to discover that the Count had taken post-horses from Eylau to Allenburg. Beyond Allenburg every trace was lost. Nevertheless, he satisfied himself that the Count had certainly travelled through Prussian Lithuania, and of this he was still further convinced on finding registered at Tilsit that the Count had arrived there and departed thence by extra post. Beyond this point, again, all traces were lost. Accordingly, it seemed to the young advocate that they must seek for the solution of the difficulty in the short stretch of country between Allenburg and Tilsit. Quite dispirited and full of anxious care, he arrived one rainy evening at the small country town of Insterburg, accompanied by the Countess. On entering the wretched apartments in the inn, he became conscious that a strange kind of expectant feeling was taking possession of him. He felt so like being at home in them, as if he had even been there before, or as if the place had been most accurately described to him. The Countess withdrew to her apartments. The young advocate tossed restlessly on his bed. When the morning sun shone in brightly through the window, his eyes fell upon the paper in one corner of the room. He noticed that a large patch of the blue colour with which the room was but lightly washed had fallen off, showing the disagreeable glaring yellow that formed the ground colour, and upon it he observed that all kinds of hideous faces in the New Zealand style had been painted to serve as pleasing arabesques. Perfectly beside himself with joy and delight, the young lawyer sprang out of bed. He was in the room in which Count Z. had made the all-important will. The description agreed too exactly. There could not be any doubt about the matter. But why now weary the reader with all the minor details of the things that now took place one after the other? Suffice it to say that Insterburg was then, as it still is, the seat of a Prussian superior tribunal, at that time called an imperial court. The young advocate at once waited upon the president with the Countess. By means of the papers which she had brought with her, and which were drawn up in due authenticated form, the Countess established her own identity in the most satisfactory manner, and the will was publicly declared to be perfectly genuine. Hence the Countess, who had left her own country in great distress and poverty, now returned in the full possession of all the rights of which the hostile destiny had attempted to deprive her. In Nanni's eyes the advocate appeared like a hero from heaven, who had victoriously protected deserted innocence against the wickedness of the world. Leberfink also poured out all his great admiration of the young lawyer's acuteness and energy in exaggerated encomiums. Master Wacht, too, praised Jonathan's industry, and this trait he emphasized. And yet the boy had really done nothing but what it was his duty to do. Still, he somehow fancied that things might have been managed in a much shorter way. "This event I regard," said Jonathan, "as a star of real good fortune, which has risen upon the path of my career almost before I have started upon it. The case has created a great deal of sensation. All the Hungarian magnates are excited about it. My name has become known. And what is a long way the best of all, the Countess was so liberal as to honour me with 10,000 Brabant thalers, note, so named from the place where they were struck. Imperial thalers varied in value at different times, but estimating their value at 3 shillings, the sum here mentioned would be equivalent to about 22,500 pounds. A Frederick d'Or was a gold coin worth 5 thalers. Return to text. During the course of the young advocate's narration, the muscles of Master Wacht's face began to move in a remarkable way, till at last his countenance wore an expression of the greatest indignation. "What?" he at length shouted in a lion-like voice, whilst his eyes flashed fire. "What? Did I not tell you? You have made a sale of justice. The Countess, in order to get her lawful inheritance out of the hands of her rascally relations, has had to pay money, to sacrifice to Mammon. Faugh! Faugh! Be ashamed of yourself." All the sensible protestations of the young advocate, as well as of the rest of the persons who happened to be present, were not of the slightest avail. For a second it seemed as if their representations would gain a hearing, when it was stated that no one had ever given a present with more willing pleasure than the Countess had done on the sudden conclusion of her case, and that, as good Leberfink very well knew, the young advocate had only himself to blame that his honorarium had not turned out to be more in amount as well as more on a level with the magnitude of the lady's gain. Nevertheless, Master Wacht stuck to his own opinion, and they heard from him in his own obstinate fashion the familiar words, "So soon as you begin to talk about justice, you and everybody else in the world ought to hold your tongues about money. It is true," he went on more calmly after a pause, "there are several circumstances connected with this history which might very well excuse you, and yet at the same time lead you astray into base selfishness. But have the kindness to hold your tongue about the Countess, and the will, and the 10,000 thalers, if you please. I should indeed be fancying many a time that you didn't altogether belong to your place at my table there." "You are very hard, very unjust towards me, father," said the young advocate, his voice trembling with sadness. Nanni's tears flowed quietly. Leberfink, like an experienced man of the world, hastened to turn the conversation upon the new gildings in St. Gangolf's. It may readily be conceived in what strained relations the members of Wacht's family now lived. Where was their unconstrained conversation, their bright good spirits? Where their cheerfulness? A deadly vexation was slowly gnawing at Wacht's heart, and it stood plainly written upon his countenance. Meanwhile they received not the least scrap of intelligence from Sebastian Engelbrecht, and so the last feeble ray of hope that Master Wacht had seen glimmering appeared about to fade. Master Wacht's foreman, Andreas by name, was a plain, honest, faithful fellow, who clung to his master with an affection that could not be matched anywhere. "Master," said he one morning, as they were measuring beams together, "Master, I can't bear it any longer. It breaks my heart to see you suffer so. Fräulein Nanny, poor Herr Jonathan." Quickly throwing away the measuring lines, Master Wacht stepped up to him and took him by the breast, saying, "Man, if you are able to tear out of this heart the convictions as to what is true and right, which have been engraven upon it by the eternal power in letters of fire, then what you are thinking about may come to pass." Andreas, who was not the man to enter upon a dispute with his master upon these sort of terms, scratched himself behind the ear, and replied, with an embarrassed smirk, "Then if a certain distinguished gentleman were to pay a morning visit to the workshop, I suppose it would produce no particular effect?" Master Wacht perceived in a moment that a storm was brewing against him, and that it was in all probability being directed by Count von Cüsel. Just as the clock struck 9, Nanny appeared in the workshop, followed by old Barbara with the breakfast. The master was not well pleased to see his daughter, since it was out of rule, and he saw the programme of the concerted attack already peeping out. Nor was it long before the minor canon really made his appearance, as smart and prim and proper as a pet doll. Close at his heels followed Monsieur Picard Leberfink, decorator and gilder, clad in all sorts of gay colours, so that he looked not unlike a spring chafer. Wacht pretended to be highly delighted with the visit, the cause of which he at once insinuated to be that the minor canon very likely wanted to see his newest models. The truth is, Master Wacht felt very shy at the possibility of having to listen to the canon's long-winded sermons, which he would deliver himself of uselessly if he attempted to shake his, Wacht's, resolution with respect to Nanny and Jonathan. Accident came to his rescue, for just as the canon, the young lawyer, and the varnisher were standing together, and the first-named was beginning to approach the most intimate relations of life in the most elegantly turned phrases, Fat Hans shouted out, "Wood here!" and Big Peter on the other side pushed the wood across to him so roughly that it caught the canon a violent blow on the shoulder and sent him reeling against Monsieur Picard. He in his turn stumbled against the young advocate, and in a trice the whole three had disappeared. For just behind them was a huge piled-up heap of chips and sawdust and so on. The unfortunates were buried under this heap, so that all that could be seen of them were 4 black legs and 2 buff-coloured ones. The latter were the gala stockings of Herr Picard Leberfink, decorator and gilder. It couldn't possibly be helped. The journeymen and apprentices burst out into a ringing peal of laughter, notwithstanding that Master Wacht bade them be still and look grave. Of them all, the canon cut the worst figure, since the sawdust had gotten into the folds of his robe, and even into the elegant curls which adorned his head. He fled as if upon the wings of the wind, covered with shame, and the young advocate hard after him. Monsieur Picard Leberfink was the only one who preserved his good humour, and took the thing in merry part, notwithstanding that it might be regarded as certain he would never be able to wear the buff-coloured stockings again, since the sawdust had proved especially injurious to them, and had quite destroyed the clock. Thus the storm which was to have been adventured against Wacht was baffled by a ridiculous incident. But the master did not dream what terrible thing was to happen to him before the day was over. Master Wacht had finished dinner and was just going downstairs in order to betake himself to his workyard, when he heard a loud, rough voice shouting in front of the house, "Hi there! This is where that knavish old rascal Carpenter Wacht lives, isn't it?" A voice in the street made answer, "There is no knavish old rascal living here. This is the house of our respected fellow-citizen, Herr Johannes Wacht, the carpenter." In the same moment the street door was forced open with a violent bang, and a big, strong fellow of wild appearance stood before the master. His black hair stuck up like bristles through his ragged soldier's cap, and in scores of places his tattered tunic was unable to conceal his loathsome skin, browned with filth and exposure to rough weather. The fellow wore soldier's shoes on his feet, and the blue wheels on his ankles showed the traces of the chains he had been fettered with. "Ho, ho!" cried the fellow. "I bet you don't know me." You don't know Sebastian Engelbrecht, whom you've cheated out of his property, not you." With all the imposing dignity of his majestic form, Master Wacht took a step towards the man, mechanically advancing the cane he held in his hand. Then the wild fellow seemed to be almost thunderstruck. He recoiled a few paces, and then raised his doubled fists, shouting, "Ho, ho! I know where my property is, and I'll go and help myself to it, in spite of you, you old sinner." And he ran off down the Kahlberg like an arrow from a bow, followed by the crowd. Master Wacht stood in the passage like a statue for several seconds, but when Nanni cried in alarm, "Good heavens, father, that was Sebastian!" he went into the room, more reeling than walking, and sank down exhausted in an armchair. Then, holding both hands before his face, he cried in a heart-rending voice, "By the eternal mercy of God, that is Sebastian Engelbrecht!" There arose a tumult in the street. The crowd poured down the Kahlberg, and voices in the far distance could be heard shouting, "Murder! Murder!" A prey to the most terrible apprehensions, the master ran down to Jonathan's dwelling, situated immediately at the foot of the Kahlberg. A dense mass of people were pushing and crowding together in front of him. In their midst he perceived Sebastian struggling like a wild animal against the watch, who had just thrown him upon the ground, where they overpowered him and bound him hand and foot, and led him away. "Oh God! Oh God! Sebastian has slain his brother!" lamented the people, who came crowding out of the house. Master Wacht forced his way through and found poor Jonathan in the hands of the doctors, who were exerting themselves to call him back to life. As he had received 3 powerful blows upon the head, dealt with all the strength of a strong man, the worst was to be feared. As generally happens under such circumstances, Nanni learnt immediately the whole history of the affair from her kind-hearted friends, and at once rushed off to her lover's dwelling, where she arrived just as the young lawyer, thanks to the lavish use of naphtha, opened his eyes again, and the doctors were talking about trepanning. What further took place may be conceived. Nanni was inconsolable. Gretel, notwithstanding her betrothal, was sunk in grief, and M. Picard Leberfink exclaimed, whilst tears of sorrow ran down his cheeks, "God be merciful to the man upon whose pate a carpenter's fist falls." The loss of young Herr Jonathan would be irreparable. At any rate, the varnish on his coffin should be of surpassed brightness and blackness, and the silvering of the skulls and other nice ornaments should baffle all comparison. It appeared that Sebastian had escaped out of the hands of a troop of Bavarian soldiers, whilst they were conducting a band of vagabonds through the district of Bamberg, and he had found his way into the town in order to carry out a mad project which he had for a long time been brooding over in his mind. His career was not that of an abandoned, vicious criminal. It afforded rather an example of those supremely frivolous-minded men who, despite the very admirable qualities with which nature has endowed them, give way to every temptation to evil, and finally, sinking to the lowest depths of vice, perish in shame and misery. In Saxony he had fallen into the hands of a pettifogging lawyer, who had made him believe that Master Wacht, when sending him his patrimonial inheritance, had paid him very much short, and kept back the remainder for the benefit of his brother Jonathan, to whom he had promised to give his favourite daughter Nanni to wife. Very likely the old deceiver had concocted this story out of various utterances of Sebastian himself. The kindly reader already knows by what violent means Sebastian set to work to secure his own rights. Immediately after leaving Master Wacht, he had burst into Jonathan's room, where the latter happened to be sitting at his study table, ordering some accounts and counting the piles of money which lay heaped up before him. His clerk sat in the other corner of the room. "Ah, you villain!" screamed Sebastian in a fury. "There you are, sitting over your mammon. Are you counting what you have robbed me of? Give me here what yon old rascal has stolen from me and bestowed upon you, you poor weak thing, you greedy, clutching devil, you." And when Sebastian strode close up to him, Jonathan instinctively stretched out both hands to ward him off, crying aloud, "Brother! For God's sake, brother!" but Sebastian replied by dealing him several stunning blows on the head with his double fist, so that Jonathan sank down fainting. Sebastian hastily seized upon some of the rolls of gold, and was making off with them, in which, naturally enough, he did not succeed. Fortunately, it turned out that none of Jonathan's wounds, which outwardly wore the appearance of large bumps, had occasioned any serious concussion of the brain, and hence none of them could be esteemed as likely to prove dangerous. After a lapse of 2 months, when Sebastian was taken away to the convict prison, where he was to atone for his attempt at murder by a heavy punishment, the young lawyer felt himself quite well again. This terrible occurrence exerted such a shattering effect upon Master Wacht that a consuming, surly peevishness was the consequence of it. This time the stout, strong oak was shaken from its topmost branch to its deepest root. Often, when his mind was thought to be busy with quite different matters, he was heard to murmur in a low tone, "Sebastian, a fratricide, that's how you reward me?" And then he seemed to come to himself like one awakening out of a nasty dream. The only thing that kept him from breaking down was the hardest and most assiduous labour. But who can fathom the unsearchable depths in which the secret links of feeling are so strangely forged together as they were in Master Wacht's soul? His abhorrence of Sebastian and his wicked deed faded out of his mind, whilst the picture of his own life, ruined by Jonathan's love for Nanny, deepened in colour and vividness as the days went by. This frame of mind Master Wacht betrayed in many short exclamations. "So then your brother is condemned to hard labour and to work in chains. That's where he has been brought by his attempted crime against you. It's a fine thing for a brother to be the cause of making his own brother a convict. Shouldn't like to be in the first brother's place. But lawyers think differently. They want justice. That is, they want to play with a lay figure and dress it up and give it whatever name they please." Such like bitter and even incomprehensible reproaches the young advocate was obliged to hear from Master Wacht, and to hear them only too often. Any attempt at rebutting these charges would have been fruitless. Accordingly, Jonathan made no reply. Only often, when his heart was almost distracted by the old man's fatal delusion, which was ruining all his happiness, he broke out in his exceeding great pain. "Father, father, you are unjust towards me, exasperatingly unjust." One day, when the family were assembled at the decorator LibriVox, and Jonathan was also present, Master Wacht began to tell how somebody had been saying that Sebastian Engelbrecht, although apprehended as a criminal, could yet make good by action at law his claim against Master Wacht, who had been his guardian. Then, smiling venomously and turning to Jonathan, he went on, "That would be a pretty case for a young advocate. I thought you might take up the suit. You might play a part in it yourself. Perhaps I have cheated you as well?" This made the young lawyer start to his feet. His eyes flashed, his bosom heaved. He seemed all of a sudden to be quite a different man. Stretching his hand towards heaven, he cried, "No! You shall no longer be my father. You must be insane to sacrifice without scruple the peace and happiness of the most loving of children to a ridiculous prejudice. You will never see me again. I will go and at once accept the offer which the American consul made to me today. I will go to America." "Yes," replied Wacht, filled with rage and anger. "Aye, away, out of my eyes, brother of the fratricide. You've sold your soul to Satan." Casting upon Nanny, who was half fainting, a look full of hopeless love and anguish and despair, the young advocate hurriedly left the garden. It was remarked earlier in the course of this story that the young lawyer threatened to shoot himself à la Werther. Note. It need scarcely be said this refers to the excessively sentimental hero of Goethe's Leiden des jungen Werthers. Return to text. What a good thing it was that the indispensable pistol was in very many cases not within reach. And here it will be just as useful to remark that the young advocate was not able, to his own good be it said, to embark there and then upon the Regnitz and sail straight away to Philadelphia. Hence it was that his threat to leave Bamberg and his darling Nanny for ever remained still unfulfilled, even when at last, after 2 years more had elapsed, the wedding day of Herr Leberfink, decorator and gilder, was come. Leberfink would have been inconsolable at this unjust postponement of his happiness, although the delay was almost a matter of necessity after the terrible events which had fallen blow after blow in Wacht's house, had it not afforded him an opportunity to decorate over again in deep red and appropriate gold the ornamental work in his parlour, which had before been gay with nice light blue and silver. For he had picked up from Ettelchen that a red table, red chairs, and so on, would be more in accordance with her taste. When the happy decorator insisted upon seeing the young lawyer at his wedding, Master Wacht had not offered a moment's opposition, and the young lawyer, he was pleased to come. It may be imagined with what feelings the two young people saw each other again, for since that terrible moment when Jonathan had left the garden they had literally not set eyes upon each other. The assembly was large, but not a single person with whom they were on a friendly footing fathomed their pain. Just as they were on the point of setting out for church, Master Wacht received a thick letter. He had read no more than a few lines when he became violently agitated and rushed off out of the room, not a little to the consternation of the rest, who at once suspected some fresh misfortune. Shortly afterwards Master Wacht called the young advocate out. When they were alone together in the master's own room, the latter, vainly endeavouring to conceal his excessive agitation, began, "I have got the most extraordinary news from your brother. Here is a letter from the governor of the prison relating fully all the circumstances of what has taken place. As you cannot know them all, I must begin at the beginning and tell you everything right to the end, so as to make credible to you what is incredible, but time presses." So saying, Master Wacht fixed a keen glance upon the advocate's face, so that he blushed and cast down his eyes in confusion. "Yes, yes," went on Master Wacht, raising his voice, "you don't know how great a remorse took possession of your brother a very few hours after he was put in prison. There is hardly anybody whose heart has been more torn by it. You don't know how his attempt at murder and theft has prostrated him. You don't know how that in mad despair he prayed heaven day and night, either to kill him or to save him, that he might henceforth, by the exercise of the strictest virtue, wash himself pure from blood-guiltiness. You don't know how that on the occasion of building a large wing to the prison, in which the convicts were employed as labourers, your brother so distinguished himself as a clever and well-instructed carpenter, that he soon filled the post of foreman of the workmen, without anybody's noticing how it came about so. You don't know how his quiet good behaviour and his modesty, combined with the decision of his regenerate mind, made everybody his friend. All this you do not know, and so I am telling it to you. But to go on. The Prince Bishop has pardoned your brother. He has become a master. But how could all this be done without a supply of money?" "I know," said the young advocate in a low voice. "I know that you, my good father, have sent money to the prison authorities every month, in order that they might keep my brother separate from the other prisoners, and find him better accommodation and better food. Later on you sent him materials for his trade." Then Master Wacht stepped close up to the young advocate, took him by both arms, and said in a voice that vacillated, in a way that cannot be described, between delight, sadness, and pain, "But would that alone have helped Sebastian to honour again, to freedom and his civil rights, and to property, however strongly his fundamental virtuous qualities had sprung up again? An unknown philanthropist, who must take an especially warm interest in Sebastian's fate, has deposited 10,000 large dollars with the court to—" Master Wacht could not speak any further, owing to his violent emotion. He drew the young advocate impetuously to his heart, crying, though he could only get out his words with difficulty, "Advocate, help me to penetrate to the deep import of law, such as lives in your breast, and that I may stand before the eternal bar of justice, as you will one day stand before it. And yet," he continued, after a pause of some seconds, releasing the young lawyer, "and yet, my dear Jonathan, if Sebastian now comes back as a good and industrious citizen, and reminds me of my pledged word, and Nanny—" "Then I will bear my trouble till it kills me," said the young advocate. "I will flee to America." "Stay here," cried Master Wacht in an enthusiastic burst of joy and delight. "Stay here, son of my heart. Sebastian is going to marry a girl whom he formerly deceived and deserted. Nanny is yours." Once more the master threw his arms around Jonathan's neck, saying, "My lad, I feel like a schoolboy before you, and should like to beg your pardon for all the blame I have put upon you, and all the injustice I have done you. But let us say no more. Other people are waiting for us." Therewith Master Wacht took hold of the young lawyer and pulled him along into the room where the wedding guests were assembled. There he placed himself and Jonathan in the midst of the company, and said, raising his voice and speaking in a solemn tone, "Before we proceed to celebrate the sacred rite, I invite you all, my honest friends, ladies and gentlemen, and you too, my virtuous maidens and young men, 6 weeks hence to a similar festival in my house. For here I introduce to you Herr Jonathan Engelbrecht, the advocate, to whom I herewith solemnly betroth my youngest daughter, Nanny." The lovers sank into each other's arms. A breath of the profoundest astonishment passed over the whole assembly. But good old Andreas, holding his little 3-cornered carpenter's cap before his breast, said softly, "A man's heart is a wonderful thing. But true honest faith overcomes the base and even sinful resoluteness of a hardened spirit. And all things turn out at last for the best, just as the good God wishes them to do." End of Master Johannes Wacht. End of Weird Tales, Volume 2 by E.T.A. Hoffmann. Translated by John Thomas Beilby. Read by Thomas Copeland.